Fall Sleep to Hilarious History, The Battery, How to Insult a Frog and Ruin Your Trousers with Science, by Mark Twain. Copyright 2026. James Henderson. Chapter 1. The Baghdad Jar of Mystery. Man is a restless, meddlesome creature who has never been quite satisfied with the way the Almighty arranged the furniture of the universe. Give him a perfectly good sun to provide light and a respectable moon to manage the tides, and the first thing he'll do is try to find a way to bottle a piece of it so he can take it into a dark basement and tinker with it. The history of the battery is, at its heart, a history of man's long-standing desire to play a practical joke on nature. We spent several thousand years watching lightning bolt across the heavens, prodigious, terrifying, and entirely too fast to be of any use for anything other than scaring the whiskers off a barn cat. And we decided, in our infinite vanity, that what that lightning really needed was a comfortable clay pot to sit in and a set of instructions. The story begins, or so the dreamers tell us, in a dusty little patch of earth called Kujut Rabu, just outside Baghdad. There, in the year of our Lord 1936, a German fellow by the name of Wilhelm König, a man who, I suspect, possessed the kind of imagination that could find a grand architectural plan in a pile of spilled soup, stumbled upon a yellow clay jar about the size of a decent fist. Now, to any sensible person, a clay jar found in the ruins of a 2,000-year-old civilization is a clay jar. It is a vessel for grain or wine, or perhaps the ashes of an ant who talked too much. But this jar was different. It contained a copper cylinder, a rusted iron rod, and a bit of asphalt for a stopper. König took one look at this arrangement and didn't see a storage container for a damp scroll or a clever way to keep a supply of saffron from going dry. No, he saw a battery. He announced to a skeptical world that the Parthians, a people who, mind you, were mostly occupied with horse archery and trying not to be conquered by the Romans, had somehow mastered the secrets of electrochemistry, while the rest of the world was still laboring under the impression that the stars were just holes poked in the floorboards of heaven. It is a charming thought, isn't it? The idea of a Parthian engineer clad in a tunic and smelling of goat, standing in a laboratory lit by a flickering wick, leaning over a row of clay pots and shouting, "Ignatius, fetch the vinegar! The copper is sluggish today." But I have lived long enough to know that when a thing looks like a miracle and smells like a humbug, it is almost certainly a humbug. The theory, as the scientists eventually cobbled it together, was that these jars were used for electroplating. They suggested that the ancients would fill the jars with an acidic liquid, vinegar or lemon juice perhaps, and use the resulting trickle of electricity to coat silver jewelry with a thin layer of gold. It's a noble theory. It suggests that the ancients were just as devoted to the pursuit of looking richer than they actually were as we are today. However, there are a few flies in this particular ointment. For one, while we have found the jars, we haven't found a single wire to go with them. Now, a battery without a wire is about as useful as a steamboat without a river. You can have all the power in the world sitting in your jar, but if you can't get it to the jewelry, you're just pickling an iron rod in grape juice for the health of it. Furthermore, the battery in question produces a voltage so pitiful that it would hardly make a mosquito blink. To plate a single ring, you would need a whole battalion of these pots, all wired together in a complicated mess that would have required more copper than the Parthians likely had in their entire treasury. I reckon it's far more likely that these jars were intended for something much more mundane, like storing papyrus. You wrap a scroll around an iron rod, slide it into a copper sleeve to keep the bugs out, and seal it with pitch to keep the damp away. 2,000 years later, the papyrus rots away into nothingness, leaving behind a mysterious device that keeps archaeologists in business for a century. But let us, for a moment, indulge the fantasy. Let us imagine the Baghdad battery was real. It presents us with a most uncomfortable question. If they had electricity, what in the name of all that is sensible did they do with it? They didn't have telegraphs. They didn't have light bulbs. They didn't have little glowing rectangles to stare at while they ignored their families at dinner. If you have the power of the gods in a clay pot and you use it for nothing more than making a silver trinket look a bit more expensive, then you are guilty of the most spectacular lack of ambition in the history of the human race. It would be like discovering the secret of flight and using it only to reach the top shelf of the pantry. There is another theory, of course, one that appeals to the more cynical side of my nature. Some suggest the jars were used in temples to deliver a divine shock to the faithful. Imagine a priest inviting a pilgrim to touch a sacred idol, only to have the poor soul receive a stinging jolt that knocks his sandals off. The priest would then explain that the god was feeling a bit cranky that morning, and perhaps a larger donation would soothe his nerves. Now that I can believe, using science to bamboozle the gullible and line one's pockets is a tradition so old and so universal that it probably predates the invention of the wheel. Whether the Baghdad jar was a battery, a scroll holder, or a very expensive way to pickle an onion, it stands as a monument to our own desire to find ourselves in the past. We want the ancients to be clever, because it makes us feel like we come from a long line of geniuses, rather than a long line of people who are mostly just trying to figure out how to get through the day without being eaten by a lion or dying of a common cold. The Baghdad jar is a humbug, I'm convinced of it. But it's a useful humbug. It reminds us that man has always been looking for a way to capture the spark. We spent 2,000 years staring at that clay pot, or things like it, waiting for someone to come along who was crazy enough to actually make the lightning behave. And as we shall see, it took a twitching frog and a very stubborn Italian to finally turn the trick. But for now, we leave the Baghdad jar in its museum case, a silent earthen riddle that likely never powered a single thing, save for the imaginations of men who ought to have known better. Chapter 2. The Frog's Leg and the Italian Argument. For the better part of 18 centuries following our mysterious friend in Baghdad, electricity remained a sort of celestial vagabond, a wild, unruly force that spent its time burning down haystacks and giving the occasional church steeple a permanent tilt. It was a curiosity, a parlor trick for the wealthy who liked to see their hair stand on end after rubbing a bit of amber. But as far as being a useful member of society, electricity had the work ethic of a pampered spaniel. Then came the late 1700s, a period when men of science decided that if they couldn't understand the soul, they might at least try to find where it was hiding. They poked and prodded at everything with a pulse, and quite a few things without one. And it is here, in the year 1780, that we encounter Luigi Galvani, a physician in Bologna who possessed a fine mind, a sharp scalpel, and a truly unfortunate quantity of frogs. Now, Galvani wasn't looking for the secret to the universe. He was mostly looking at frog legs. There are those who claim he was preparing a soup for his ailing wife, and there are those who claim he was conducting vitalist research. Given the choice between a man trying to save his dinner and a man trying to save his dissertation, I generally find the dinner seeker to be more reliable. But for the sake of science, we shall assume he was being professional. The scene, as history records it, was one of those accidents that happen when nature gets bored and decides to show off. Galvani had a tray of recently departed frogs, creatures that had already surrendered their earthly ambitions and were merely waiting for the frying pan. He also had an electrostatic machine nearby, a device that hissed and sparked like a cat in a bathtub. One of his assistants, probably a lad who was thinking about lunch and not the fundamental forces of the cosmos, touched the intercrural nerve of a frog with a metal scalpel at the exact moment the machine gave off a spark. The frog's leg, which had no business doing anything but staying still, suddenly kicked. It didn't just twitch, it gave a violent spasmodic heave, as if the poor creature had just remembered it forgot to lock the front door of its lily pad. To a sensible man, this would be a sign to leave the room and perhaps take up a quieter hobby like knitting or tax evasion. But Galvani was a scientist. He did it again and again. He discovered that he didn't even need the machine. If he hung the frog legs on a copper hook and pressed them against an iron railing, the legs would dance a frantic jig every time the wind blew. Galvani sat back, wiped his brow, and reached a conclusion that was as brilliant as it was entirely wrong. He announced that he had discovered animal electricity. He believed that the electricity was manufactured inside the frog, that it was a vital life force, a liquid soul that resided in the nerves and muscles of all living things. He imagined that the frog was a living Leyden jar, a fleshy battery that just needed a metal circuit to let its internal lightning out for a walk. It was a magnificent theory. It suggested that we were all walking thunderclouds, held together by skin and a sense of decorum. It promised a world where doctors could jump-start the dead like a stalled carriage. Indeed, it wasn't long before Galvani's nephew, a rather ghoulish fellow named Giovanni Aldini, began touring Europe and applying battery piles to the corpses of executed criminals. He made their eyes pop open and their fists clench, much to the horror and delight of the paying public, who had previously thought that death was a more permanent arrangement. But while the public was busy fainting at the sight of dancing cadavers, another Italian was watching from the sidelines with a very skeptical eye. This was Alessandro Volta, a man who had the unfortunate habit of thinking clearly when everyone else was getting carried away. Volta looked at Galvani's twitching frogs and didn't see a vital soul. He saw two different metals, copper and iron, separated by a moist, salty substance, the frog. Volta suspected that the frog was nothing more than a glorified piece of wet cardboard, providing a path for the electricity that was being generated by the contact of the two metals. "My dear Luigi," Volta essentially said, though likely in more polite 18th century Italian, "the frog isn't the source of the power. The frog is just the conductor. You could do the same thing with a salt-soaked rag or a slice of damp ham, and the ham wouldn't claim to have a soul, mostly because ham knows its place." This sparked what historians call the Italian argument, a grand intellectual feud that lasted for years. It was a clash of philosophies. Galvani represented the old guard, the romantic notion that life is a special, magical thing that operates on laws that don't apply to rocks or spoons. Volta represented the cold, hard future, the idea that the universe is just a big machine, and if you put the right metals in the right juice, you get a spark, whether there's a frog involved or not. Galvani was heartbroken. He spent his final years defending his animal electricity, while Volta spent his time proving that you didn't need a life force to make a current, you just needed chemistry. Volta went to work. He decided to remove the animal from the equation entirely. He figured that if he could build a synthetic frog, he could prove Galvani wrong once and for all. He started stacking discs of zinc and copper, separating them with pieces of cardboard soaked in brine. He stacked them high, a silver and zinc sandwich that looked like a very expensive and very inedible leaning tower. And lo and behold, when he touched the top and the bottom of the pile, he felt a shock. No frogs, no nerves, no souls, just metal and salt water. It was the first voltaic pile, the ancestor of every battery that currently lives in your pocket, your car, or your television remote. Poor Galvani! He had stumbled upon the greatest discovery of the age, but he had misread the map. He thought he was discovering the secret of life, but he was actually just discovering that a dead frog makes a passable electrolyte. It is the tragedy of the pioneer. You hack your way through the jungle, endure the mosquitoes and the fever, and finally reach the clearing, only to have the fellow behind you point out that you're standing in someone's backyard. Yet, we shouldn't judge Galvani too harshly. Man has always wanted to believe that he is more than just a collection of chemicals. We want to believe in a vital spark, a glow that sets us apart from the mud. Galvani gave us that hope for a brief, twitching moment, but Volta gave us the battery. And as the 19th century dawned, the world realized that while a vital soul might get you into heaven, a reliable, constant current of electricity could do something much more practical. It could send a message across a continent, light up a city, and eventually allow a man to read a book in bed without setting his nightcap on fire. The frog, having done its duty for science, finally retired to the dinner table, the animal electricity was debunked, and the age of the machine was born. But as we shall see in the next chapter, once you've bottled the lightning, the next problem is figuring out how to keep it from eating the bottle. Chapter 3. Count Volta's Grudge and the Metal Sandwich. If you wish to see a man truly apply himself to the labor of genius, do not give him a noble cause or a quest for the betterment of mankind. Those are fine sentiments for a Sunday sermon or the inscription on a tombstone, but they lack the necessary vinegar to keep a man awake at 3 a.m. in a cold laboratory. No, if you want a man to move mountains, or in this case, to move the very foundations of the universe, give him a friend who is spectacularly, embarrassingly wrong, and a burning, soul-deep desire to prove that friend an absolute blockhead. History is paved with the inventions of men who are simply too stubborn to let an argument go. And so we come to Alessandro Volta, a count, a professor, and a man who possessed a temperament that did not take kindly to the notion that a common swamp frog held the secret to the celestial fire. As we discussed, Luigi Galvani had spent his time poking at frog legs until they kicked, concluding that life itself was a sort of liquid lightning bottled up in nerves and sinew. It was a lovely, romantic idea. It suggested that we were all walking thunderclouds, held together by skin and a sense of decorum. The public loved it, the poets loved it, even the frogs might have loved it had they been in any position to express an opinion. But Alessandro Volta was not a romantic. He was a man of the Enlightenment, which is a fancy way of saying he didn't believe in magic if a more boring explanation was available. He looked at Galvani's twitching frogs and didn't see the vital spark of life. He saw a messy, poorly conducted physics experiment. "My dear Luigi," Volta essentially said, though likely in the sort of polite, razor-edged Italian that makes a man feel like he's been complimented while his pocket is being picked. The frog is not the source of the power. The frog is merely a damp, salty bystander. You are attributing to the soul what can be perfectly well explained by a bit of impure metal and a splash of brine. Volta's suspicion was that the electricity wasn't coming from the animal, but from the contact of two different metals, the copper hook and the iron railing, using the frog's moist leg as a bridge. To prove this, Volta decided to remove the frog from the equation entirely. It was a move of profound surgical coldness. He set out to build a synthetic frog, a machine that would produce the same effect without the inconvenience of the croaking or the smell of the swamp. He began a series of experiments that would have made a modern health inspector faint dead away. He started testing the metallic taste of electricity by placing different coins on his tongue. Now, there is a man dedicated to his craft. Most of us, when faced with a scientific mystery, might reach for a magnifying glass. Volta reached for a zinc plate and a copper shilling and proceeded to turn his own mouth into a laboratory. He discovered that when two different metals touched his tongue, he felt a sharp, acidic tang, the literal taste of a current. Once he had convinced his tongue, he had to convince the world. He realized that a single pair of metals produced only a tiny, fleeting ouch. To get a real working power, he needed to multiply the effect. He needed a stack. And so, in the year of our Lord 1800, Volta sat down to construct his masterpiece, the metal sandwich. He took a disc of copper, a respectable, hard-working metal. Then he took a disc of zinc, a bit of a chemical upstart, but full of potential. Between them, he placed a piece of cardboard soaked in salt water, which he called the electrolyte, though brine-soaked rag would have been a more honest and descriptive term. He didn't stop at one. He began to stack them: copper, cardboard, zinc, copper, cardboard, zinc. He piled them up until he had a tower that looked like a very expensive and very soggy stack of poker chips. This was the voltaic pile, and it was built for the express purpose of telling the ghost of Luigi Galvani to sit down and be quiet. The beauty of Volta's pile was its utter lack of charm. It didn't twitch, it didn't jump, and it certainly didn't have a soul. It just sat there on the table, dripping slightly, looking about as revolutionary as a pile of damp laundry. But when he touched a wire to the top and another to the bottom, something happened that had never happened in the history of the world. The electricity didn't just give a single frantic spark and then vanish like a politician's promise. It flowed. It was a steady, relentless, quiet stream of power. It was a current, a word Volta borrowed from the river, and for good reason. Before the pile, electricity was like a flash flood, terrifying, sudden, and gone before you could find your boots. Volta had turned it into a canal. He had taken the wild hobo lightning of the heavens and given it a job, a set of rails to run on, and a steady paycheck. He sent a description of his invention to the Royal Society in London, and the world of science realized with a collective gasp that the age of the frog was over. Volta had proven that you didn't need a vital force to make electricity. You just needed two metals that didn't like each other very much and a bit of salty water to act as the mediator. The triumph was absolute. Napoleon Bonaparte, a man who knew a thing or two about power and how to seize it, was so taken with the device that he invited Volta to Paris to demonstrate it. Napoleon sat there, probably thinking about how many Austrians he could shock with such a thing, and eventually made Volta a count and a senator. But I suspect Volta's greatest satisfaction didn't come from the medals or the titles or the pension from the emperor. It came from the knowledge that he had won the argument. Every time a voltaic pile hissed or made a wire grow warm, it was a silent chemical "I told you so" directed toward Bologna. Poor Galvani didn't live to see the full glory of the pile. He died shortly before the turn of the century, heartbroken and stripped of his positions because he refused to swear an oath to Napoleon's new republic. He died believing in his animal electricity, a martyr to a theory that was half right and entirely beautiful. But the world belongs to the Voltas, to the men who build the sandwiches. The pile was the first time man managed to make electricity sit still and work for a living. It was the ancestor of every battery that ever leaked in a kitchen drawer or died in a smartphone. It proved that the universe wasn't run by mysterious spirits, but by a very predictable and very stubborn set of chemical rules. The frog, having been thoroughly evicted from the laboratory, was allowed to return to the pond. Its legs were no longer required to be the messengers of the gods. It could go back to being a frog, which I imagine was a great relief to the species as a whole. Meanwhile, the voltaic pile began to grow. Men started building bigger piles, more dangerous piles, piles that could melt metal and rip molecules apart. We had bottled the lightning, and like any creature that has caught a tiger by the tail, we were about to find out that keeping it was going to be a lot more complicated than catching it. For as we shall see, the metal sandwich was a messy, acidic business, and it wasn't long before the floorboards began to smoke. Chapter 4. The Pile of Power. Now that Count Volta had successfully insulted the memory of the frog and established that the universe was run by a series of metal sandwiches, the world found itself in a most peculiar predicament. We had, for the first time in human history, managed to make electricity sit still and wait for orders. Before the year 1800, electricity was a celestial aristocrat, prodigious, terrifying, and entirely above the notion of honest labor. It spent its time in the clouds, occasionally descending to the earth in a jagged streak of fire to split an oak tree, incinerate a barn, or give a passing sinner a permanent change of hairstyle. It was a force of nature with a capital N, which is to say, it was magnificent, unpredictable, and about as useful for a day's work as a stray rhinoceros in a china shop. If you wanted to see electricity in the 18th century, you went to a theater or a parlor. You watched a gentleman in a velvet coat rub a glass tube with a piece of silk until his wig stood on end, or you stood in a circle holding hands with 20 other people to see if a spark from a Leyden jar could make you all jump at the same time. It was a grand entertainment, but it didn't grind any corn, it didn't weave any cloth, and it certainly didn't help a man find his socks in the dark. But Volta's pile changed the very character of the spark. It took the lightning and, through the magic of chemistry and a spectacular amount of damp cardboard, turned it into a current. I wish to dwell on that word for a moment. A current implies a flow. It implies a river. A flash flood is a magnificent thing to behold from a safe distance, but you cannot use it to turn a mill wheel. For that, you need a steady stream, a quiet, persistent, and reliable movement of water. Volta had given us the stream. He had taken the frantic 1-second only performance of the lightning bolt and stretched it out into a long, slow, invisible trudge of electrons. He had turned the highwayman into a clerk. Of course, being a clerk in the year 1800 was a messy business. The voltaic pile was not the sleek, silver-wrapped cylinder you find today rolling around in the bottom of your junk drawer. No, a battery in those days, a term Benjamin Franklin had borrowed from the military because a row of Leyden jars reminded him of a row of cannons, was a tall, rickety, dripping monument to industrial optimism. It was a stack of silver and zinc discs, separated by those infamous brine-soaked rags. It looked like a very expensive and very poorly constructed wedding cake, and because it was wet, it was possessed by a spirit of restless mischief. The salt water would leak. The zinc would begin to dissolve with a hissing, bubbling resentment. The whole thing would eventually grow a fuzzy white beard of chemical corrosion that looked like a particularly virulent case of mold. If you were a man of science in the early 19th century, your laboratory likely smelled like a shipwreck and a vinegar factory had a head-on collision. You spent half your time polishing discs and the other half wondering why your floorboards were slowly turning into a soft, pulpy mush. But oh, the things that pile could do! It was the first time man could command the spark to stay. The most immediate effect of the pile was to turn every scientific gentleman in Europe into a sort of chemical wizard. They discovered that if they ran the current from a pile through a jar of water, the water would actually fall apart. It would separate into two different gases, hydrogen and oxygen, which would bubble up from the wires like the ghosts of the water molecules you had just murdered. This was electrolysis, and it was as if man had found a way to take the very fabric of the world and unpick the seams with an invisible needle. Scientists began using larger and larger piles to rip elements out of their hiding places. Sir Humphrey Davy, a man who possessed enough personal energy to make a battery look sluggish, built a massive pile in the basement of the Royal Institution that contained 2,000 pairs of plates. With that much power, Davy wasn't just doing experiments. He was conducting a full-scale assault on the periodic table. He discovered sodium, potassium, calcium, and magnesium, pulling them out of the earth as if he were pulling rabbits out of a hat. He even created the first arc light, a brilliant, blinding spark that jumped between two sticks of carbon and hissed like 1,000 angry geese. It was the first time man had made a light that didn't involve burning a piece of a dead whale or a clump of wax. But the most profound change was not in the laboratory, but in the human mind. The pile gave us a new way to measure time and distance. Before the battery, if you wanted to send a message to someone in the next town, you had to find a man with a horse and a strong sense of direction. If you wanted to send it across the ocean, you had to wait for a ship to brave the storms and the scurvy. But with the pile, we began to suspect that we could send our thoughts along a wire at the speed of thought itself. The pile was the first portable power. You could carry it, though you'd likely ruin your trousers in the process. You could set it on a desk. It didn't need a steam engine to drive it, and it didn't need a horse to pull it. It was silent, it was motionless, it was a secret chemical fire that burned without a flame, yet for all its glory, the voltaic pile was a tragedy in slow motion. It was the first invention in human history that was born to die. A steam engine will run as long as you feed it coal and water. A horse will work as long as you give it oats and a bit of a rest. But a battery is a suicide pact in a jar. From the moment you connect the wires, the zinc begins to sacrifice itself. It dissolves into the liquid, giving up its very substance to keep the current flowing. It is a slow chemical martyrdom. Eventually, the zinc is gone, the brine is exhausted, and the pile becomes nothing more than a heap of wet metal and soggy cardboard. A silent, expensive corpse. This introduced a new kind of anxiety into the human condition, the dead battery. We have been living with that anxiety ever since. We have spent 200 years trying to make the zinc last longer or trying to figure out how to put the zinc back together after it's been torn apart. The pile was the pile of power, certainly, but it was also the pile of problems. It was messy, it was expensive, and it was fickle. If you didn't keep the rags wet, the current stopped. If you let the rags get too wet, they shorted out. It was a technology that required constant mothering attention. As the 19th century progressed, it became clear that if we were going to truly harness the lightning, we needed something better than a metal sandwich that leaked salt water on the furniture. We needed a way to make the power more reliable, more constant, and above all, less inclined to eat through the floorboards. We were looking for the Daniell cell, but we didn't know it yet. We were still in the honeymoon phase with our leaky, crusty, magnificent pile. We were too busy splitting water and blinding ourselves with arc lights to notice that the carpet was ruined. We had bottled the lightning, and for the moment that was enough to make us feel like the masters of the earth. I reckon that's the way it always is with man. He finds a way to do a new trick, and he's so proud of himself that he doesn't mind if the trick occasionally catches fire or ruins his shoes. He just smiles, wipes the acid off his chin, and says, "Look at that! I've put the universe in a jar. Now, does anyone have a spare rag? This one seems to be smoking." Chapter 5. The Daniell Cell and the Telegraph's Lunch. By the time the year 1836 rolled around, the world was becoming somewhat disenchanted with Alessandro Volta's magnificent metal sandwich. It is the way of the world. A man invents a way to fly, and for the first week, everyone is amazed. By the second week, they are complaining that the wings aren't the right shade of blue and that the landings are a bit too jarring for a person of refinement. The problem with the voltaic pile was that it possessed the attention span of a distracted toddler and the reliability of a weathercock in a hurricane. You could build a pile, soak your rags in brine, and for the first 5 minutes, you were the master of the lightning. You could make a wire glow, you could twitch a frog's leg into the next county, and you could feel like a regular Prometheus. But then, as if by some invisible decree of exhaustion, the current would begin to sag. The spark would grow dim, the sizzle would turn into a pathetic wheeze, and within the hour, your pile of power was little more than a pile of wet trash. The battery had fainted. The scientists of the day called this polarization, which is a $5 word used to describe a very simple bit of chemical laziness. As the battery worked, tiny bubbles of hydrogen gas would begin to gather on the copper plate. They would huddle together like a crowd of idle loafers on a street corner, blocking the way for the electricity and refusing to move along. Eventually, there were so many bubbles that the electricity simply gave up and went home. It was a tragedy of progress. We had the power to change the world, but we couldn't keep it awake long enough to finish a sentence. Enter John Frederick Daniell, a professor at King's College in London, and a man who evidently believed that if you want a chemical reaction to behave itself, you have to treat it like a pair of feuding neighbors. You have to give them each their own yard and a very sturdy fence between them. In 1836, Daniell introduced the world to the Daniell cell. It was a contraption that looked, to the uninitiated, like a very complicated way to store pickles. It consisted of two different liquids, copper sulfate and zinc sulfate, separated by a porous partition, often made of unglazed earthenware. It was a domestic arrangement of profound genius. The zinc sat in its sulfuric acid bath in one compartment, and the copper sat in its blue vitriol in the other. The porous pot allowed the ions to pass through so the current could flow, but it kept the messy business of the loafer hydrogen bubbles from congregating on the copper. Instead of bubbles, the reaction produced more copper, which simply plated itself onto the electrode. For the first time in history, man had a battery that didn't know how to quit. It didn't faint, it didn't sag. It just sat there in its jar, humming a quiet chemical tune and putting out a steady, reliable, unvarying stream of power for hours, days, or even weeks at a time. This was exactly what the world was waiting for, though the world didn't quite know it yet. You see, while Daniell was tinkering with his jars of blue liquid, a few other gentlemen, most notably a fellow named Samuel Morse and a pair of Englishmen named Cook and Wheatstone, were trying to figure out how to make a wire talk. They had the Telegraph, a device that could send a click or a twitch of a needle across a mile of copper. It was a miracle, or at least it would have been, if the batteries hadn't kept dying in the middle of a word. Imagine trying to send a message of dire importance, something like, "The enemy is at the gates," only to have the battery faint right after the letter E. The recipient is left wondering if the enemy is at the gates, or if the sender is just particularly fond of the vowels. The Telegraph was a hungry child, and it had a most particular appetite. It didn't need a massive earth-shaking jolt of lightning. It needed a constant, reliable lunch of steady current. It needed to know that when a finger pressed a key in New York, a needle would move in Philadelphia every single time without fail. The Daniell cell was the Telegraph's lunch. It was the gravity cell, a later variation of Daniell's invention that truly conquered the landscape. It was a glass jar filled with two liquids of different densities that stayed separated simply by the grace of God and the laws of physics. The heavy blue copper sulfate stayed at the bottom, and the lighter zinc sulfate floated on top like oil on water. Because it looked like a bird's foot was dangling in the jar, people called it the crowfoot battery. If you had walked into any telegraph office in the mid-19th century, you would have seen rows upon rows of these glass jars sitting on shelves, bubbling softly. They were the silent, blue-blooded pulse of the modern world. They allowed the news of the day to outrun the fastest horse. They allowed a banker in London to ruin a merchant in Hong Kong before breakfast. They allowed the world to shrink until it was no bigger than a ball of twine. I have often reflected on the humility of the Daniell cell. It was not a flashy thing. It didn't produce the blinding arc lights of Davy or the dramatic twitches of Galvani. It was a plotter. It was the mule of the electrical world, sturdy, reliable, and perfectly willing to work until it dropped dead from exhaustion, which usually took a very long time. It gave the 19th century its first real taste of constant current. And once man has a taste of a reliable thing, his ambition begins to grow whiskers. Suddenly, it wasn't enough to send a click across a wire. We wanted to send voices. We wanted to light up the streets. We wanted to move carriages without the indignity of a horse. But, as we shall see, the more we asked of our batteries, the more we realized that living with a wet power source was like living with a pet alligator. It's very impressive until it decides to eat the furniture. The Daniell cell was a triumph, but it was a stationary triumph. You couldn't exactly put a gallon of copper sulfate and a fragile earthenware pot in your pocket and go for a stroll. If you tipped it over, you didn't just lose your power. You gained a very expensive hole in your carpet and a set of shoes that looked like they'd been chewed on by a dragon. We had the lunch, and it was a hearty one. But the world was getting restless. We wanted to take our lightning to go. We wanted to carry the sun in a bottle and keep it in our waistcoat. And that, as any man who has ever tried to carry a bucket of acid on a moving train can tell you, is where the real trouble begins. But for a glorious moment in the 1840s, we were content. We sat in our telegraph offices, surrounded by our bubbling blue jars, watching the needles dance and feeling like we had finally, truly outsmarted the Almighty. We had made the lightning sit down at the table and eat its peas. It was a magnificent humbug, and for a few cents a message, anyone could buy a piece of it. I reckon John Frederick Daniell didn't get half the credit he deserved. He wasn't a showman, and he didn't have a unit of measurement named after him until much later. And even then, people kept confusing it with the Volt. But without his steady, unfainting jars, the telegraph would have been nothing more than a toy, and the modern world would have remained a very large, very quiet place where news traveled at the speed of a tired pony. We owe the man a debt of gratitude, or at least we owe his jars a bit of respect. For they proved that in the world of science, as in the world of politics, the man who wins isn't usually the one who makes the biggest splash. It's the one who can stay awake the longest. Chapter 6. The Messy Business of the Wet Battery. If there is one thing man likes more than a discovery that promises to revolutionize the world, it is a discovery that gives him a plausible excuse to make a spectacular, soul-crushing mess in his own parlor. We are a species that cannot help ourselves. We see a quiet, dignified room filled with hand-carved mahogany and Brussels lace, and our first instinct is to introduce a series of glass jars filled with liquids that would make a dragon think twice about its diet. By the middle of the 19th century, the captured spark had become the fashionable obsession of every gentleman who possessed a bit of spare change and a lack of common sense. We had the telegraph, yes, but we wanted more. We wanted to run little motors. We wanted to light up our hallways. We wanted to show our neighbors that we were on intimate terms with the fundamental forces of the cosmos. But to do that, You couldn't just have a single polite Daniell cell sitting in a corner. You needed a battery, a whole regiment of cells, all wired together in a line, hissing and bubbling like a conspiracy of chemists. The problem, you see, was that electricity in its infancy was an uncompromisingly wet affair. There was no such thing as a dry battery. That would have seemed as impossible to the Victorian mind as a dry ocean or a silent politician. If you wanted power, you had to have a liquid to carry the charge, and nature, in one of her more puckish moods, had decided that the best liquids for the job were the ones that most enjoyed dissolving the physical world. First, there was the sulfuric acid, a liquid with an appetite that would put a starving hyena to shame. It was the backbone of the early electrical age. If you were a serious experimenter, you bought your sulfuric acid by the gallon. It was a clear, innocent-looking fluid that sat in its jar with the deceptive calm of a sleeping cobra. But the moment a drop of it escaped its glass prison and found its way onto your shoe, you realized you were dealing with a chemical sociopath. A drop of oil of vitriol on a leather boot didn't just sit there. It began a frantic, sizzling journey toward your toes, turning the finest cowhide into a charred, smoking ruin in a matter of seconds. I have seen men of great dignity and high standing reduced to performing a frantic, one-legged polka in the middle of a lecture hall because a battery had decided to spring a leak. But the sulfuric acid was a mere amateur compared to the nitric acid used in the Grove and Bunsen cells. These were the high-performance batteries of the day, the thoroughbreds of the electrical stable. They could put out a current that would make a telegraph needle dance like a dervish, but they came with a price that would stagger a saint. Nitric acid doesn't just eat what it touches, it breathes. As the battery worked, it produced fumes, thick, choking, orange-red clouds of nitrogen dioxide. It was a gas that smelled like a combination of a lightning strike and a burnt Sunday roast, and it had the charming habit of turning everything in the room a pale, sickly yellow. If you kept a Grove battery in your study, it wasn't long before your books began to fall apart. The acid fumes would seep into the bindings, turning the glue to mush and the paper to something resembling wet gingerbread. Your curtains would develop a mysterious cough and eventually disintegrate into a fine, lemon-colored dust. Your wife, if she were a woman of any spirit at all, would eventually present you with an ultimatum. Either the orange dragon in the corner goes, or she does. Most men, being devoted to science, hesitated longer than they probably should have. Living with a wet battery was like keeping a pet alligator in a china shop. You had to feed it constantly with fresh acid and new plates of zinc. And the zinc. There is another tragedy. To keep the acid from eating the zinc too fast when the battery wasn't working, you had to amalgamate it, which is a fancy way of saying you had to rub it down with liquid mercury. So there you were, a modern man, sitting in a room filled with orange acid fumes, rubbing mercury into a piece of metal with your bare hands, and wondering why you felt a bit lightheaded and why your teeth seemed to be loosening. We didn't call it toxic exposure back then. We called it the progress of civilization. The sheer fragility of the enterprise was enough to give a man the shakes. The jars were made of glass or earthenware. They were heavy, they were slick with condensation, and they were inevitably placed on shelves that were never quite sturdy enough. I recall a story of a fellow in Hartford who had built a massive battery of 50 cells to power an experimental arc light in his attic. He had spent months and a small fortune on the setup. One evening, just as he was about to show off his new sun to a group of local dignitaries, a particularly stout moth flew into the room and collided with one of the jars. It was a small tragedy that triggered a large one. The jar tipped, hitting the next one, and within 3 seconds, a liquid avalanche of concentrated acid was pouring through the floorboards. The dignitaries in the parlor below were treated to a most unexpected demonstration. It began with a sizzling sound from the ceiling, followed by the appearance of several dozen charred holes in the plaster, and ended with a rain of sulfuric acid that turned a very expensive Persian rug into something that looked like a piece of Swiss cheese that had been through a house fire. The experimenter was never invited to another dinner party in that neighborhood, and I believe he eventually took up the much safer hobby of collecting pressed flowers. And yet, for all the ruin and the smell and the holes in our trousers, we loved those messy jars, because when they worked, they were magic. They were the lifeblood of the wire. They were the reason the world was suddenly talking to itself across oceans. But as the 1850s turned into the 1860s, a new realization began to dawn on the scientific community. We had figured out how to make electricity, and we had figured out how to keep it steady, but we were still essentially burning metal to get it. Every time a battery died, we had to throw away the zinc and start over. It was a one-way street. We began to wonder, could we make a battery that was more than just a chemical funeral? Could we find a way to recharge the spark? Could we give the lightning a second act? It seemed like a dream, a perpetual motion humbug of the highest order. But in a quiet laboratory in France, a man named Gaston Planté was looking at a couple of lead plates submerged in sulfuric acid and thinking that maybe, just maybe, the lightning could be persuaded to go back into the bottle it came from. But before we get to Gaston and his heavy lifting lead, let us spare a moment of silence for the thousands of carpets, the millions of shoes, and the countless head of hair that were sacrificed on the altar of the wet battery. We were a generation of pioneers who smelled like a laboratory accident. But we didn't care. We had the power of the gods in a pickle jar, and if it cost us a floorboard or two, it was a bargain at twice the price. Chapter 7. Gaston Planté and the Second Chance for Lightning. Up until the year 1859, the battery was a most melancholy metaphor for the human condition. It was born, it worked, it sputtered, and then it died a cold, chemical death, leaving behind nothing but a heap of corroded metal and a sense of profound financial loss. We called these primary batteries, though suicidal batteries would have been a more accurate description. Every electron they gave up was a piece of their own soul they would never see again. It was a one-way street, a chemical funeral, and a very expensive way to run a telegraph office. If you had a battery in the mid-19th century, you were essentially a mortician for zinc. You spent your days watching your investment dissolve into a muddy sludge, knowing that once the fire was out, no amount of wishing, praying, or shaking the jar would bring it back. You had to throw the whole mess away and start over. It was a wasteful, heartbreaking business that made the accountants weep and the chemists rich. But then came Gaston Planté, a Frenchman with a quiet demeanor and a most revolutionary idea. Now, The French have always been a people who appreciate a second act. Whether it's a political revolution, a five-course meal, or a chemical reaction. Planté looked at the one-way nature of the battery and decided that what the lightning really needed was a way to repent and return to its origins. He was looking for a way to store electricity, not just make it, but keep it in a jar for a rainy day. He began experimenting with various metals, but he eventually settled on lead. Now, lead is not a glamorous metal. It does not have the flash of silver or the industrious charm of copper. It is heavy, dull, and possesses the personality of a particularly unmotivated brick. If lead were a person, it would be the fellow who sits in the back of the room at a party and refuses to dance. But lead has one great virtue. It is remarkably patient. Planté took 2 sheets of lead, separated them with a bit of flannel, rolled them up like a centerpiece of linen at a fancy dinner, and dunked the whole thing into a jar of sulfuric acid. At first, the contraption did exactly nothing. It sat there, soaking in the acid, looking like a very heavy and very useless roll of carpet. But then Planté did something that no one had thought to do with a battery before. He fed it. He took a current from a primary battery, one of those hissing one-way zinc eaters, and he pushed that current into his lead rolls. He forced the electricity to go backward. He was, in effect, trying to push the smoke back into the cigar. To the surprise of everyone, including, I suspect, the lead itself, it worked. The electricity didn't just vanish into the ether, it stayed. It triggered a chemical transformation in the lead plates. One plate turned into lead dioxide, and the other remained pure lead. And then, when Planté disconnected the first battery and hooked his lead roll to a wire, the lightning came back out. He had invented the accumulator. He had found a way to recharge the spark. This was a miracle of the highest order. It was the first time in history that a chemical reaction had been persuaded to turn around and walk back the way it came. It meant that a battery was no longer a candle that burned out and was gone. It was a bucket that could be filled, emptied, and filled again. Of course, in those early days, the process was about as fast as a glacier with a limp. Planté found that to get his battery to hold a decent charge, he had to form the plates. This involved charging the battery, then discharging it, then charging it again in the opposite direction over and over for weeks on end. It was like training a very stubborn dog to perform a trick. You had to repeat the command until the lead finally understood that its new job in life was to be a warehouse for the heavens. The scientific world was stunned. The idea of a secondary battery opened up possibilities that were previously the stuff of fever dreams. If you could store electricity, you didn't need to keep a row of hissing, acid-fuming primary cells running all the time. You could charge your lead rolls when you had a spare moment and then carry the power to where you needed it. But the real beauty of Planté's invention was its sheer, dogged reliability. Once those lead plates were formed, they were practically indestructible. They didn't dissolve like zinc. They just changed their chemical stripes and then changed them back. You could charge and discharge a Planté cell hundreds of times before the lead finally gave up the ghost. It was the first second chance for lightning. I have often thought that Gaston Planté deserves a statue in every garage in the world. He took the most boring leaden substance he could find and turned it into a vessel for the most exciting force in the universe. He proved that even in chemistry, there is such a thing as redemption. However, we must be honest about the cost of this redemption. Lead is heavy, very heavy. If you wanted a battery that could do a respectable day's work, you were looking at a contraption that required 2 strong men and a sturdy wagon just to get it across the street. We had found a way to store the lightning, but we had stored it in a safe made of solid stone. The lead-acid battery was the heavyweight champion of the 19th century. It wasn't interested in being small, and it certainly wasn't interested in being portable in any sense that didn't involve a team of horses. It was the anchor of the industrial world. It was the reason we could finally have electric lights that didn't flicker every time someone breathed on a wire. But as we shall see, once man has a battery that he can recharge, his next thought is inevitably, how can I put this in a carriage and make it move? And that is where the lead-acid battery truly found its calling and where a million backs began to ache. We had given the lightning a second act, and it was a grand, heavy thumping performance. We were no longer just burning metal. We were banking power. We were becoming the capitalists of the electron. And like any capitalist, we immediately started looking for a way to make our bank move faster than a walk. But for now, let us tip our hats to Gaston Planté. He took a metal that was fit for nothing but bullets and plumbing and made it the guardian of the spark. He gave the world the rechargeable battery, and in doing so, he gave us the future, even if that future weighed 40 pounds and leaked acid on our boots. Chapter 8. The Lead-Acid Heavyweight. If there is one thing that defines the human spirit more than our curiosity, it is our inexplicable tendency to choose the most difficult way possible to achieve a simple result. We decided we wanted to carry the invisible, weightless fire of the heavens in our pockets, and after surveying the entire periodic table, a list of ingredients provided by the Creator that includes such airy delights as lithium and magnesium, we took one look at lead and said, yes, that's the one. Let's use the metal that is essentially a synonym for anchor. By the 1880s, the lead-acid battery had graduated from Gaston Planté's laboratory experiments into the heavyweight champion of the world. It was no longer a scientific curiosity. It was an industrial necessity. But it remained fundamentally a paradox. We had found a way to store electricity, but we had stored it in a substance so dense that if you dropped a modest-sized battery on your foot, your interest in the future of science would be immediately replaced by a very urgent interest in the future of your toes. The glamour of a brick. Lead is not a metal that inspires poetry. It does not glitter like gold. It does not sing like copper. And it does not possess the sturdy bridge-building ambition of iron. Lead is the metal of the underworld, the metal of plumbing, the metal that people used for centuries to keep their roofs from blowing away or to ensure that a disgruntled neighbor stayed in the ground once he'd been put there. It is dull, it is soft, and it is remarkably unenthusiastic about moving. Yet this was the beast of burden we chose to carry, the new age of light. A gentleman named Camille Alphonse Faure, another Frenchman, for the French were clearly the only ones with the patience to deal with such things, improved upon Planté's design by coating the lead plates with a paste of lead oxides. This made the battery much more efficient, in the same way that putting a coat of paint on a barn makes it look more efficient, though it's still just a barn. Faure's pasted plates meant that the battery could be manufactured in factories rather than being grown slowly in a laboratory over several years of agonizing boredom. The result was the first commercially viable rechargeable battery. It was a marvel, it was a triumph, and it weighed as much as a small, particularly well-fed pony. The 19th century definition of portable. I have often amused myself by looking at the advertisements from that era. They spoke of portable electric light as if it were something a lady might carry in her reticule. But their definition of portable and ours are two very different animals. In 1882, a portable lead-acid battery capable of powering a single incandescent bulb for an evening was a wooden crate the size of a footlocker, lined with lead, filled with several gallons of sulfuric acid, and weighing upwards of 60 pounds. To call a 60-pound box of acid portable is a stretch of the English language that would make a lawyer blush. It is portable in the same way that a grand piano is portable. If you have enough strong men and a sturdy enough trolley, you can technically move it from one room to another without the floor collapsing. If you were a person of means and you wanted to impress your guests with the new light, you didn't just flip a switch. You hired a man with a thick neck and a leather apron to haul the portable power unit into your parlor. He would stagger in, his face a shade of purple that matched the velvet curtains, and deposit the crate on a reinforced table. Only then could you enjoy the soft, flickerless glow of electricity, while trying to ignore the faint smell of sulfur and the sound of your floor joists groaning under the weight of the future. The anchor of the industrial world. Despite its weight, or perhaps because of it, the lead-acid battery became the anchor of the burgeoning electrical grid. When Thomas Edison began stringing wires across New York City, he discovered that his dynamos were a bit like temperamental opera singers. They were brilliant when they were on, but they needed a lot of downtime. When the sun went down and everyone turned on their lights at once, the dynamos would struggle. When everyone went to sleep, the dynamos were producing power for no one. The solution was the battery room. Imagine a room the size of a cathedral, but instead of pews and stained glass, it was filled with thousands of massive glass jars, each containing hundreds of pounds of lead submerged in acid. These were the load levelers. They would inhale the excess power during the day and exhale it at night. They were silent, motionless, and terrifyingly heavy. I once visited one of these establishments, and the sensation was much like standing inside a giant sleeping animal. There was a low, constant hum, a faint bubbling sound, and a smell that suggested that if you were to strike a match, you and the building would both be delivered to the next county with remarkable speed. The lead-acid battery was the only reason the early electric companies didn't go bankrupt every time a cloud passed over the sun or a belt slipped on a steam engine. It was reliable. It didn't care about the weather. It sat in the dark and did its job with the grim, plodding determination of a tax collector. A million sore backs. But the true legacy of the lead-acid heavyweight was its effect on the human spine. The late 19th century saw the rise of the electric carriage, which we shall discuss in more detail later. But for now, it is enough to say that these vehicles were essentially batteries with wheels. To make a carriage move at a speed that wouldn't be put to shame by a briskly walking tortoise, you needed a staggering amount of lead. A typical electric cab in 1895 carried nearly 1,000 pounds of batteries. Think of that. To move a 200-pound man across town we decided the best solution was to first move half a ton of lead and acid. It is a testament to our ingenuity that we made it work at all. It is also a testament to the durability of the 19th century blacksmith, who suddenly found himself in the business of repairing axles that had been snapped like toothpicks by the sheer crushing weight of clean energy. Every time a battery needed charging, it had to be removed from the vehicle. This required a system of pulleys, cranes, and a small army of laborers who all eventually developed a permanent slouch. The golden age of electricity was built on the backs of men who spent their lives wrestling with leaden crates that seemed to have a personal grudge against the law of gravity. The survivor. The most snarky thing I can say about the lead-acid battery is that it is still here. We have invented computers that can fit in a thimble. We have sent men to the moon. We have figured out how to make a potato chip that tastes like a Sunday roast. And yet, if you go out to your expensive, high-tech, computer-controlled automobile tomorrow morning and lift the hood, what do you find? A lead-acid battery. It is the same basic technology that Gaston Planté was tinkering with while Lincoln was in the White House. It is still a heavy plastic box filled with lead plates and sulfuric acid. We have tried to replace it. We have tried nickel iron, nickel-cadmium, and lithium whatever else. But when it comes to the brutal, unglamorous job of providing a massive jolt of power to turn over a cold engine, we always go back to the lead. It is the old faithful of the chemical world. It is the metal sandwich that refuses to retire. It is a reminder that sometimes in this fast-paced, flighty world of ours, the thing that wins is the thing that is too heavy to be moved by fashion. It is a monument to the idea that if you want to get a job done, you don't hire a poet. You hire a lead-acid heavyweight. And you make sure you have a very good chiropractor on speed dial. Chapter 9. Leclanché and the Birth of the Dry Religion. Man is a creature of peculiar contradictions. He will brave the frozen wastes of the poles or the blistering heat of the Sahara for a bit of glory, yet he will grumble for a week if his tea is served lukewarm. He will spend centuries mastering the art of the wet battery, nursing his jars of acid, coddling his lid plates, and resignedly watching his floorboards dissolve. And then, the moment someone offers him a way to keep his lightning in a dry state, he embraces it with the fervor of a convert at a tent revival. By the 1860s, the world was, quite literally, saturated. Everything about electricity was damp. If you wanted to send a telegram, you needed a room full of blue vitriol. If you wanted to ring a doorbell, you needed a jar of ammonium chloride tucked away in the cellar. Every scientific achievement of the age was accompanied by the faint, rhythmic drip, drip, drip of a leaking gasket or a cracked earthenware pot. We were living in a maritime civilization that never left the shore. Entre Georges Leclanché. Now, as I have observed, the French seem to have had a monopoly on 19th century electrochemistry, perhaps because they are a people who appreciate the delicate balance of a recipe. Leclanché was an engineer who looked at the heavy, dripping, high-maintenance batteries of his day and decided that what the world really needed was a battery that could be neglected. Most batteries of the time were like thoroughbred horses, brilliant but fragile and prone to fainting if you didn't brush them every 20 minutes. Leclanché wanted a mule. In 1866, he patented a cell that used a carbon rod, a zinc anode, and a mixture of manganese dioxide. Now, Manganese dioxide is a spectacular name for what is essentially a heap of black, sooty powder that looks like the aftermath of a chimney sweep's convention. But this black soot had a miraculous property. It didn't let the battery get polarized. It ate up the pesky hydrogen bubbles that had plagued Count Volta's original pile, allowing the battery to work, rest, and work again without needing a physician on standby. But Leclanché's original cell was still wet. It lived in a glass jar filled with a liquid solution. It was an improvement, certainly. It was the favorite of the burgeoning railway and telegraph industries because it could sit on a shelf for a year and still provide a spark when called upon. It was the invention that made the electric doorbell possible, a development for which many a peaceful man has never quite forgiven him. However, the dry religion didn't truly take hold until 20 years later, when a German fellow named Karl Gassner decided that wet was a state of mind that could be improved upon. In 1886, Gassner realized that if you took Leclanché's chemicals and mixed them with a bit of plaster of Paris and wheat flour, you could create a damp paste. You could then seal this paste inside a zinc can, put a lid on it, and presto, you had a dry cell. I wish to speak plainly about this term, dry cell. It is a magnificent humbug of nomenclature, a piece of verbal wizardry that would make a circus barker green with envy. A dry battery is no more dry than a well-made oyster is dry. If it were truly dry, it would be as dead as a stone. The dryness simply means that the liquid is held in a state of suspended animation, a chemical slush that stays where you put it instead of wandering off to investigate the weave of your carpet. But to the public, the word dry was a gospel of liberation. The dry religion promised a world where electricity was no longer a stationary prisoner of the laboratory. Suddenly, you didn't need to be an engineer or a man with a cast-iron stomach to handle a battery. You could buy a zinc cylinder, put it in your pocket, and walk around with the power of 1,000 lightning bolts, or at least enough power to light a very small bulb, without the fear of arriving at your destination with a hole burned through your leg. This was the birth of the consumer battery. It turned the miracle of the age into a common household object, like a tin of biscuits or a box of matches. It moved the battery out of the cellar and into the waistcoat. The social impact was immediate and profound. Before the dry cell, if you wanted to move a light from one room to another, you carried a candle or a kerosene lamp, both of which had the unfortunate habit of setting the house on fire if you sneezed. With the dry cell, we began to dream of portable light. We began to imagine a world where a man could carry his own sun in a tube. It also gave rise to the size religion. Once the battery was a sealed can, we had to decide how big those cans should be. This led to a century of human frustration that continues to this day. The frantic search for the size dig on Christmas morning, or the discovery that the device in your hand requires 3 AA batteries while you possess only a drawer full of C's. It is one of the ways the universe keeps us humble. The Leclanché-Gassner lineage is the direct ancestor of the heavy-duty battery that fueled our childhoods. It was cheap, it was reliable, and it was, above all, sealed. It allowed the captured spark to become a traveler. But there is a snarky irony in the success of the dry cell. By making the battery easy to use, we also made it easy to forget. We stopped marveling at the chemistry. We stopped respecting the lead in the acid. We began to treat the battery as a disposable trifle, something to be used until it flickered and then tossed into the bin without a second thought. We had domesticated the lightning so thoroughly that we had turned it into a common drudge. We had taken the fire of the gods and made it small enough to power a mechanical toy that did nothing but beat a drum until the spring broke. Yet, as we shall see in the next chapter, that small, dry cylinder was about to perform one final trick. It was about to take that portable light and turn it into a flashlight, an invention so named because in the beginning it was so pitifully weak that it could only manage a brief, terrified wink before going back to sleep in the dark. The dry religion had given us the tube, but the tube still lacked the stamina for a long night. We had the bottle and we had the spark, but the spark was still a bit of a coward. I reckon Georges Leclanché would be amused to see what became of his sooty black powder. He started with a jar in a telegraph office and ended up in the belly of every transistor radio and remote control on the planet. He proved that if you want to conquer the world, you don't need a grand army. You just need a way to keep a mess in a can and a name that sounds like it belongs in a textbook. The age of the wet was over. The age of the paste had begun, and with it, man prepared to carry the sun in a tube, provided he didn't expect it to stay on for more than 30 seconds at a time. Chapter 10. The Flashlight, Carrying the Sun in a Tube. Ever since the first caveman realized that the sun had a regrettable habit of clocking out early and leaving the world in a state of ink-black uncertainty, man has been on a desperate, stumbling quest to find a light he could carry without also carrying the risk of incinerating his own eyebrows. For several thousand years, our solution to the darkness was simply to set something on fire. If you wanted to see where you were going after supper, you grabbed a pine knot, a tallow candle, or a kerosene lantern. It was a primitive and perilous arrangement. A candle is a fine thing in a poem, but in a drafty hallway, it has the stamina of a soap bubble in a gale. A kerosene lantern is more reliable, but it is also a ticking bomb filled with liquid disaster. To walk through a wooden house with a flickering flame is to invite the great fire of London to take up residence in your parlor. Then came the dry cell we discussed in the last chapter, that marvelous, pasty, zinc-lined cylinder that promised electricity without the puddles. It was the invention that finally allowed us to divorce the spark from the laboratory. And, as is always the case with a new invention, the first thing man did was try to find a way to use it to perform a task that was previously accomplished quite handily by a 5-cent box of matches. The story of the flashlight begins with a man named Joshua Lionel Cowan, a fellow who would later become famous for making miniature trains for boys who preferred to play at being engineers rather than actually becoming them. In 1898, Cowan had a brilliant idea. He created a lighted flower pot. It was a device intended to illuminate houseplants from beneath, presumably so the ferns wouldn't feel lonely during the night. It was a spectacular failure. It turns out that the average houseplant has very little interest in being lit up like a stage performer, and the average homeowner has even less interest in wiring his geraniums for sound and light. Cowan, realizing he had a humbug on his hands, sold the patent and the business to one of his salesmen, a Russian immigrant named Conrad Hubert. Hubert was a man of vision, which is to say he was a man who knew how to take a useless flower pot and turn it into a social necessity. He looked at Cowan's battery-powered tube and realized that if you took the plant out and put a lens on the end, you had something far more valuable than a glowing fern. You had a way to carry the sun in a tube. He formed the American Electrical Novelty and Manufacturing Company, a name that suggests he wasn't quite sure if he was selling a scientific breakthrough or a practical joke, and began marketing the ever-ready light. Now, we must address the name flashlight. In our modern age, we call these devices flashlights out of habit, even though they are perfectly capable of staying on until the batteries dissolve or the bulb gives up the ghost. But in 1899, the name was a matter of literal painful truth. The early dry cells were not the high-energy marathon-running athletes we have today. They were the chemical equivalent of a very old, very tired dog. They could provide a respectable surge of power for a few seconds, but then they would begin to sag. The voltage would drop, the light would dim to a sickly orange glow, and the battery would essentially demand a nap. If you wanted to see something in the dark with one of these early novelties, you didn't just turn it on and walk about. You aimed it. You pressed the button for a flash of light, and then you turned it off to let the battery recover its dignity. It was a device for people who only needed to see the world in 3-second increments. It was a rhythmic, flickering existence, a staccato journey through the night. The bulbs were no better. They used carbon filaments that were about as efficient as a wet log in a fireplace. Most of the energy the battery struggled to produce was wasted as heat, leaving only a tiny, terrified fraction to be converted into light. To compensate for this pathetic output, the early flashlights were equipped with bullseye lenses, thick, convex globes of glass that tried to focus the meager glow into a usable beam. They looked like the eyes of a giant electrified insect, and they produced a light that was bright in the center and absolutely useless everywhere else. Despite these limitations, the flashlight was an overnight sensation. Hubert, in a stroke of marketing genius, gave several of his lights to the New York City Police Department. Suddenly, the captured spark was a tool of the law. A policeman could now peer into a dark alleyway without the indignity of striking a match or the danger of carrying a swinging lantern that announced his position to every footpad in the precinct. The public saw the police using these glowing tubes and immediately decided they had to have them. It didn't matter that the batteries cost a fortune and lasted for about as long as a New Year's resolution. It didn't matter that the light was so weak you could barely see your own feet. It was portable electricity. It was the future in a paper-wrapped tube. By 1901, Hubert was a millionaire, proving once again that in America, you don't need to invent a perfect thing. You just need to invent a thing that people didn't know they needed until you showed it to them. There is a profound snarkiness in the evolution of the flashlight. We took a force that can leap across the heavens and crack the very air with its power, and we miniaturized it until it was just strong enough to help a man find a dropped nickel under a sideboard. We turned the thunderbolt into a wink. But as the years rolled on, the flash began to stay on. In 1910, the invention of the tungsten filament bulb meant that the light could be brighter and the battery could last longer. The paper tubes were replaced by nickel-plated brass, turning the flashlight into a gleaming silver baton of progress. We started making them in all shapes and sizes, huge searchlights that required 5 batteries and could supposedly signal Mars, and tiny fountain pen lights that were perfect for reading menus in darkened restaurants or checking the pupils of a patient who had been hit on the head by a falling lead-acid battery. The flashlight changed our relationship with the night. It removed the terror of the shadow and replaced it with the annoyance of the dead cell. It became the first piece of high technology that we all carried in our junk drawers. I reckon there is no object that more perfectly represents the irony of human progress than the common flashlight. It is a miracle of electrochemistry, a triumph of miniaturization, and a masterpiece of industrial design. And yet, for 9/10 of its life, it sits in a kitchen drawer, slowly leaking its soul into a bed of old rubber bands and expired coupons, waiting for the one night every 3 years when the power goes out, at which point we discover that the batteries died in 1994. We have carried the sun in a tube for over a century now. We have made it smaller, brighter, and more reliable. We have moved from carbon to tungsten to LED, and from zinc to alkaline to lithium. But we are still, at our core, the same frightened creatures we were in the cave. We just have a more expensive way of checking to see if there's a bear under the bed. And as we shall see in the next chapter, once we realized we could carry a light in our pockets, our next ambition was to put 1,000 pounds of lead in a carriage and see if we could outrun a horse without making a sound. Chapter 11. The Electric Cab and the Silent Manhattan. There is a persistent delusion among the modern generation that the electric vehicle is a recent invention, birthed in a glass-walled laboratory by a billionaire with a penchant for rockets and social media. They believe it is a shiny new solution to a shiny new problem. But if you were to step out onto the corner of Broadway and 42nd Street in the year 1899, you would find yourself in a world that had already decided the horse was a messy, loud, and entirely obsolete piece of biological machinery, and that the future belonged to the hum of the battery. To understand why the electric cab was a miracle, one must first understand the horse problem. In the 1890s, New York City was home to some 100,000 horses. Now, a horse is a noble creature in a painting, but in a confined urban space, it is a mobile factory for two things: noise and calamity. A city paved with cobblestones and populated by thousands of iron-shod hooves is a city that sounds like a continuous rolling thunderclap of hammers hitting an anvil. You couldn't hear yourself think, and if you tried to talk, you had to scream as if you were trying to hail a ship in a gale. And then there was the residue. A single horse produces about 25 pounds of manure a day. I shall leave the arithmetic to those with stronger stomachs, but suffice it to say that Manhattan was essentially a giant, fragrant sponge for equine byproducts. When it rained, the city became a soup. When it was dry, the wind turned the residue into a fine brown dust that seasoned your dinner and coated your lungs. Man was desperate for a savior. He looked at the steam engine, but a steam carriage was essentially a locomotive that had lost its way, belching soot and sparks and threatening to explode every time it hit a pothole. He looked at the internal combustion engine, which was then a coughing, sputtering, ill-mannered contraption that smelled like a kerosene lamp with an upset stomach. And then he looked at the battery. The Electrobat, as it was delightfully named, arrived on the scene like a gentleman in a tuxedo entering a barroom brawl. It didn't smoke. It didn't kick. It didn't leave a 25-pound souvenir on the pavement. It was silent, it was smooth, and it was, above all, dignified. By 1897, the electric vehicle company had unleashed a fleet of electric hansom cabs onto the streets of Manhattan. For a brief, glorious window of time, the city experienced a silent revolution. If you were a person of quality, you didn't call for a carriage. You signaled for an electric. You stepped into a plush, velvet-lined cabin. The driver sat up high in the back like a ship's captain, and you glided through the streets with nothing but the soft whir of the motor and the crunch of rubber on stone. It was, as the papers of the day put it, the silent Manhattan. For the first time since the Dutch bought the island for a handful of trinkets, a man could hear his own heartbeat on Broadway. But beneath that velvet and silence lay our old friend, the lead-acid heavyweight. You see, to make a 2-ton cab move at the breakneck speed of 12 miles per hour, you couldn't just have a little battery tucked under the seat. No, these cabs were essentially 1,000 pounds of lead plates and sulfuric acid with a thin veneer of carriage work stretched over the top. The battery was a monstrous crate, a literal ton of industrial chemistry that lived in the trunk, though in this case, the trunk was the size of a piano. This presented a bit of a logistical nightmare. A lead-acid battery in 1899 could only carry a cab for about 25 miles before it began to faint, as we discussed in earlier chapters. And charging 1,000 pounds of lead was not a matter of minutes. It was a matter of half a day. But the electric vehicle company EVC was run by men who possessed the kind of grand panoramic ambition that would make a Roman emperor feel lazy. They didn't wait for the batteries to charge. They invented the battery swap. They built a massive central station on 53rd Street that was a temple to the god of the electron. When a cab ran low on juice, the driver would rattle into the station. A team of mechanics would scurry out, use a massive hydraulic ram to slide the 1,000-pound leaden coffin out of the back of the cab and slide a fresh, fully charged one in. The whole process took less time than it took to water a horse. It was a brilliant, forward-thinking system. It was the gigafactory of the 19th century, run by men in bowler hats. For a moment, it looked as though the battery had won. The EVC became the largest owner and operator of motor vehicles in the United States. They had fleets in New York, Chicago, Philadelphia, and Boston. They were the kings of the road. So why are we not all driving lead-powered carriages today? Why did the silent Manhattan turn back into a cacophony of internal combustion? Well, as it turns out, the heavyweight had a few more tricks up its sleeve. The weight of the batteries was so prodigious that it pulverized the tires of the day, which were made of solid rubber and had the shock-absorbing qualities of a brick. The axles snapped. The frames warped. The sheer, crushing gravity of the lid was a constant slow-motion wrecking ball to the machinery. And then there was the Grudge. The lead-acid battery, as we know, is a suicide pact in a jar. Even with the best care, the plates would eventually warp, and the acid would eat the internal organs of the cab. The maintenance costs were staggering. The EVC, which had started as a brilliant engineering feat, eventually devolved into a grand financial humbug, a lead trust that was more interested in stock manipulation than in transportation. When the bubble burst, it took the electric cab with it. But the final blow was dealt by a fellow named Henry Ford and his gasoline flivver. Gasoline, for all its noise and smell, had one great advantage over lead. It was light. A gallon of gas held more energy than a roomful of lead-acid batteries, and you didn't need a hydraulic ram to put it in the tank. You just needed a funnel and a lack of concern for the atmosphere. By 1910, the electric cab had vanished from the streets, retreating to the status of a ladies' car, a quiet, slow vehicle for people who only wanted to go to the grocery store and back without getting their hands dirty. The silent Manhattan was replaced by the roar of the Model T, and the battery was demoted. The battery went from being the king of the motor to being a humble servant. It was tucked under the hood and told to keep its mouth shut until it was time to spark a spark plug or light a headlamp. It was a spectacular fall from grace. We had the future in 1899, but we found it was just too heavy to carry. I often think of those old electric cabs sitting in the dark of a forgotten garage, their lead plates slowly turning to dust. They were a premonition of a world we are only now trying to build again. We are back to the battery swap, back to the silent city, and back to wrestling with the weight of our own ambitions. Man is a creature who loves a circle. We spent 100 years running away from the battery, only to find ourselves standing right back on 53rd Street, wondering if someone has a fresh crate of electrons and a very sturdy axle. I reckon the ghost of Isaac Rice, the head of the EVC, is sitting somewhere in the great beyond, watching a modern charging station and chuckling into his celestial beard. "I told you," he's probably saying, "it's a magnificent humbug, but you're going to need a bigger trunk." Chapter 12. The Spark That Started the Engine. In the grand sweeping theater of human history, there is nothing quite so poignant as the fall of a monarch. We see it in the history of nations, where a king who once commanded armies is reduced to living in a drafty villa in Switzerland and writing his memoirs. We see it in the history of the battery. For a brief, shining moment at the turn of the century, the battery was the undisputed king of the road. It was the motor, the soul of the carriage, the silent, dignified force that was going to sweep the horse and the steam engine into the dustbin of antiquity. But by 1912, the revolution had sputtered. The silent Manhattan had been drowned out by the raucous, smoky, and altogether more athletic performance of the gasoline engine. The battery, once the master of the house, found itself demoted to the status of a humble scullery maid. It was taken out of the throne room in the trunk and tucked away under the floorboards or a seat, told that its new job was to wait in the dark until it was called upon to perform a single, fleeting, and rather violent act of service, starting the gasoline engine. It was a spectacular demotion. It was like taking a grand opera singer and telling him that his new career would consist entirely of waking up the neighbor at 6 in the morning by shouting, "Hey!" and then going back to sleep. The era of the arm breaker. To understand why the battery was forced into this new subservient role, one must understand the absolute unmitigated peril of starting a gasoline car in the early 1900s. In those days, if you wanted to go for a drive, you didn't just turn a key or push a button. You engaged in a life and death struggle with a piece of iron known as the hand crank. You stood in front of the car, grabbed a heavy handle that protruded from the snout like a stubborn tusk, and you prepared to do battle You had to pull that handle with every ounce of strength you possessed, hoping to turn the heavy internal pistons fast enough to create a spark. It was a primitive, brutal, and entirely undignified process. It was like trying to start a conversation with a mule by kicking it in the ribs. There was a very good chance the mule would kick back. And kick back it did. If the engine's timing wasn't set just right, or if the car was having a particularly grumpy morning, the crank handle would suddenly and violently reverse its direction. It would fly out of your hand and swing around with the force of a sledgehammer. This was known as a kickback, and it was responsible for a whole new category of medical terminology, the chauffeur's fracture. I have seen men of great stature and even greater vanity reduced to tears by a vengeful Model T. It was a device that seemed designed by a committee of surgeons who were worried about a lack of business in the broken arm department. It made the automobile an adventure, which is a word we use to describe a situation where you might reasonably expect to be hospitalized before lunch. The tragedy that changed the spark. The turning point in the battery's career came not from a laboratory, but from a tragedy. In 1910, a gentleman named Byron Carter, a friend of the great Henry Leland, the founder of Cadillac, stopped on a bridge in Detroit to help a lady whose car had stalled. He gallantly stepped to the front of the vehicle to crank the engine. The engine kicked back, the handle flew into his face, and poor Mr. Carter eventually died from his injuries. Henry Leland was a man who took things personally. He was devastated by the death of his friend, and he declared that the Cadillac would never again require a man to risk his life for the sake of a Sunday drive. He sent out a call to the inventors of the age, "Find me a way to start this engine without a handle." The call was answered by Charles Boss Kettering, a man who possessed the kind of practical genius that makes other geniuses look like they're just guessing. Kettering was the head of Delco, the Dayton Engineering Laboratories Company, and he looked at the problem with a cold, clear eye. He realized that the battery, the very thing that had failed as a motor, was the perfect tool for the job. You see, a gasoline engine only needs a massive surge of power for about 2 seconds. It doesn't need the battery to run the whole show. It just needs the battery to give it a kick start, to get the internal explosions going. Once the gasoline is burning, the engine can take care of itself. The 1912 Cadillac, the battery's redemption. Kettering designed a small, high-powered electric motor, the starter motor, and hooked it up to a lead-acid battery. In 1912, the Cadillac self-starter was born. It was a miracle. Suddenly, a person could sit in the driver's seat, press a button with their foot, and the engine would roar to life as if by magic. No more broken arms, no more mud-splattered suits, no more standing in the rain begging a piece of iron to behave. This was the moment the automobile truly conquered the world. Before the electric starter, the car was a toy for athletic young men and people who could afford to hire a chauffeur with sturdy shoulders and a high pain tolerance. After the electric starter, anyone could drive, including women who had previously been protected from the automobile by the sheer physical violence required to start it. It is a classic piece of human history that we liberated half the population not through a change of law, but through a better battery. But consider the irony of the battery's new position. It had gone from being the star of the show to being the spark of the servant. It was now the starter battery. Its new job was a grueling one. It had to sit in the dark for days or even weeks, holding its breath. Then, in an instant, it had to deliver a gargantuan, bone-crushing jolt of electricity, hundreds of amperes, to turn over a heavy cold engine, and the moment the engine started, the battery's job was over. The gasoline engine would then use a generator, another Kettering invention, to trickle a little bit of power back into the battery to keep it alive for the next time. The battery had become the butler of the gasoline age. It was the fellow who opens the door, bows politely, and then disappears into the pantry until he is needed again. It was essential, but it was invisible. We stopped calling them electrics and started calling them internal combustion vehicles. The battery was demoted to the electrical system, a secondary component tucked away next to the radiator or under the floor. We forgot about the chemistry. We forgot about the lead and the acid. We only noticed the battery when it didn't work, when we pressed the button and heard nothing but a pathetic, metallic click. There is a profound snarkiness in the fact that the gasoline engine, the very thing that killed the electric car, couldn't have survived without the electric battery. It was a marriage of convenience between two enemies. The gasoline engine provided the range and the speed, but the battery provided the spark of life. I reckon Charles Kettering was the most successful matchmaker in history. He took a heavy, leaking, rechargeable aristocrat and hitched it to a loud, smelly, powerful laborer. It was a union that lasted for over 100 years. For the next century, the battery lived in the shadows. It grew smaller, it grew more reliable, and it eventually swapped its glass jars for hard plastic cases. But it never regained its throne. It remained the servant of the spark, waiting in the dark, hoping the driver hadn't left the headlights on overnight. For as every motorist eventually learns, a butler who has been asked to stay up all night is a butler who will be remarkably unhelpful in the morning. Chapter 13. Thomas Edison's iron-nickel ambition. It is a generally accepted fact of the human condition that when a man has successfully lassoed the lightning, bottled the sun inside a glass bulb, and taught a wax cylinder to talk back to its creator, he develops a rather robust confidence in his own jurisdiction over the laws of nature. Such was the case with Mr. Thomas Alva Edison. Having already illuminated the globe and banished the dark, Edison looked upon the state of the electrical battery at the turn of the 20th century and was deeply personally offended. To be fair to the Wizard of Menlo Park, there was a great deal to be offended by. The prevailing champion of the age was the lead-acid battery, a contraption we have already discussed with the reverence one reserves for a sleeping rattlesnake. The lead-acid battery was a heavy, sloshing, sulfuric box of misery. It possessed a devilish habit of eating through the floorboards of elegant carriages, turning a gentleman's boots into a porous imitation of Swiss cheese, and generally conducting itself with the manners of a drunkard in a china shop. Edison, observing the burgeoning automobile industry, had a vision of the future. He saw silent, dignified electric carriages gliding down the avenues of New York and Paris, unburdened by the noisy, explosive vulgarity of the internal combustion engine. Gasoline, to Edison's mind, was a crude and temporary distraction, a noisy, smelly fad that would surely pass the moment a proper gentleman applied his formidable intellect to the problem of portable power, and who better than himself? "The lead battery is an anomaly," Edison declared to anyone who would listen, and to a great many who were merely trapped in the room with him. "Nature," he insisted, "does not go about making her great works with heavy poisonous metals and corrosive acids." This was a rather optimistic view of a nature that routinely produces volcanoes, arsenic, and the mosquito, but Edison was not a man to let geological facts interfere with a good press release. He promised the world a new battery, an alkaline battery. It would be light, it would be clean, it would last practically forever, and most importantly, it would bear his name stamped in large, inescapable letters on the side. He anticipated it would take him perhaps a few months of tinkering. After all, how difficult could it be to trap a little electrical enthusiasm in a tin can? The answer, as Edison's accountants were soon to discover to their profound and weeping sorrow, was exceedingly difficult. The few months stretched into a year, and then into several. The problem was not a lack of effort. Edison was a man who famously defined genius as 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration, and in the case of his battery crusade, he sweat enough to raise the water level of the Hudson River. His sprawling laboratory complex at West Orange, New Jersey, was transformed into a grand temple of chemical trial and error. He enlisted a veritable army of eager young assistants, mostly because they were cheaper than experienced chemists and hadn't yet learned that the word impossible had a practical application. Their chosen champions in this chemical war were iron and nickel, bathed in a pleasant, unacidic bath of potassium hydroxide. On paper, it was a beautiful, elegant waltz of electrons. In reality, it was a barroom brawl. Edison's method of invention was entirely empirical, which is a polite scientific way of saying he guessed, checked, and threw things at the wall to see what stuck. When you are a man of modest means, this is called tinkering. When you have several $1 million of your investors' money to burn, it is called research and development. He supposedly tested over 10,000 different combinations of materials. Now, a lesser man might have looked at 5,000 consecutive failures and concluded that perhaps the good Lord did not intend for iron and nickel to associate in such a manner. But Edison possessed the kind of monumental, granite-willed stubbornness that makes a Missouri mule look downright accommodating. He viewed every spectacular failure not as a defeat, but as a triumphant discovery of another way not to make a battery. By that logic, he was the most successful man on the eastern seaboard. And oh, the spectacular nature of those failures! The early prototypes of the Edison cell were marvels of disobedience. They leaked, they frothed, they swelled up like a bullfrog in courting season. If you looked at them cross-eyed, they lost their charge entirely. The electrolyte had a mischievous tendency to foam over the top, creating a slick alkaline mess that, while not as destructive as sulfuric acid, still left the laboratory smelling like a very aggressive laundromat. Furthermore, the iron-nickel battery proved to be notoriously temperamental regarding the weather. It worked beautifully on a warm July afternoon, humming with electrical vigor. But the moment the November frost hit the pumpkin, the battery went on a strict union strike. A man trying to start his electric carriage on a brisk winter morning in Boston would find his Edison battery as lethargic and uncooperative as a hibernating bear. Years rolled by. The calendar pages flew off the wall like leaves in an autumn gale. 5 years, 7 years, 10 years. The millions poured into the project mounted to a sum that could have purchased a moderately sized European nation. Wall Street gentlemen in sharp suits would periodically arrive at West Orange, demanding to know when the great electrical revolution was scheduled to commence, only to be given a tour of a room full of fizzing jars and sent home with ruined spats. By the time Edison finally bullied the iron-nickel battery into submission, creating a sturdy, reliable version that didn't leak, didn't foam, and held a decent charge, the world had rudely moved on without him. Henry Ford, a man whom Edison greatly admired, had begun churning out the Model T. The gasoline engine, with all its noise, smell, and explosive vulgarity, had won the war of the automobile. A tank of cheap gasoline simply offered more range and convenience than a heavy trunk full of nickel and iron, no matter how elegant the chemistry. Edison had spent 10 years and millions of dollars to arrive at the station just as the train was pulling out. Yet, one must give the devil his due. The battery Edison finally perfected was an absolute marvel of endurance. It was practically indestructible. You could drop an Edison cell off a 3-story building, hit it with a locomotive, leave it uncharged in a shed for a decade, and then hook it up and find it ready to work with a cheery disposition. It was the absolute pinnacle of engineering for a consumer market that no longer existed. Since it was too expensive and bulky for the electric passenger cars that were no longer being built, the Edison battery found its calling in the humble, unglamorous corners of industry. It powered railway signals, lit the lamps on miners' helmets, and provided backup power for submarines. It became the reliable, silent servant of the industrial age, dutifully working in the shadows, while the gasoline engine roared in the spotlight. It stands today as a testament to the fact that even a towering genius can march confidently down a blind alley, provided he has enough money and sheer, unadulterated stubbornness to pave the road as he goes. Thomas Edison set out to create the beating heart of a new clean transportation empire, and after 10 years of Herculean effort, he successfully invented a very reliable flashlight battery. It is a joke that the universe sometimes plays on the great men of history, proving that while genius may indeed be 1% inspiration, the other 99% is often spent barking up the entirely wrong tree. Chapter 14. The Nickel-Cadmium Memory. If there is one thing a human being cannot tolerate, it is an inanimate object with a grudge. We can forgive a hammer for missing a nail and striking a thumb. That is merely the physics of bad luck. We can forgive a roof for leaking during a deluge, for gravity is a persistent and humorless master. But to encounter a cylinder of chemicals that possesses a selective, brooding, and entirely litigious memory is a trial that would have tested the patience of Job and likely sent him looking for a sturdy club. I speak, of course, of the nickel-cadmium battery, or NICD, for those who prefer their frustrations in 2-syllable bursts. Scientists, in their infinite capacity for euphemism, dubbed the peculiar behavior of this battery the memory effect. It sounds quite poetic, does it not? It suggests a chemical version of Wordsworth wandering lonely as a cloud, or perhaps a tiny metallic scholar reflecting upon the glories of its youth. In reality, it was less like a poet and more like a disgruntled civil servant who has decided that since he wasn't asked to work past noon on Tuesday, the very concept of afternoon has been permanently stricken from the bylaws. You see, the nickel-cadmium battery was the first real taste the public had of portable power that didn't require a wheelbarrow or a signed waiver from the local fire department. It was the heart of the 1980s. It powered the first cordless phones, the massive shoulder-mounted video cameras that turned every father into a bumbling amateur cinematographer, and those early portable computers that had all the sleek portability of a tombstone. The promise was simple. Use it, charge it, repeat. It was supposed to be the perpetual motion machine of the household pantry. But the NICD had a hidden clause in its contract. If you had a battery capable of 4 hours of labor, but you grew nervous after only 2 hours and rushed it back to its plastic cradle for a top-off, the battery would take a long, squint-eyed look at your behavior and reach a devastating conclusion. Ah, the battery would muse, its internal crystals shifting with a sinister sort of logic. I see how it is. This fellow only requires 2 hours of effort. He has provided me a ceiling, a boundary, a comfort zone. Why should I, a sophisticated alloy of nickel and cadmium, bother maintaining the vast, uncharted wilderness of those remaining 2 hours? It is redundant. It is exhausting. I shall simply forget they exist. And it did. With a stubbornness that would put a Missouri mule to shame, the battery would remember its shorter cycle. The next time you took your cordless phone out to gossip about the neighbors, the device would function beautifully for exactly 2 hours, and then, upon reaching the imaginary finish line it had drawn for itself, it would simply faint. It would drop the voltage as if it had been struck by lightning, leaving you shouting into a piece of dead plastic while your interlocutor was just getting to the scandalous part of the story. This led to the rise of a new and peculiar form of American ritual, the deep discharge. Because the NICD was a creature of habit, the only way to keep it honest was to treat it with a level of cruelty that would interest the authorities if it were applied to a dog. To cure the memory effect, one had to engage in a process of total agonizing depletion. You had to run the device until it gasped its last breath. You had to leave the walkie-talkie on until it hissed its final static-filled prayer. You had to leave the power drill spinning in the air, its motor whining a lonely mechanical dirge in the garage, just to ensure that the battery was empty. We became a nation of people trying to trick our electronics into remembering how to do their jobs. We were told that if we didn't cycle our batteries, completely draining them before daring to offer them a drop of fresh current, we were essentially ruining them. It turned every kitchen counter into a theater of electrical superstition. "Don't put that on the charger," a wife would scream at her husband as if he were about to drop a lit match into a powder keg. "It still has 3 bars of life. Do you want to kill the memory? Do you want to have a 30-second phone? Go outside and talk to your mother until the low battery light blinks 3 times and not a moment sooner." I have seen grown men stand in their driveways dutifully talking to dial tones just to satisfy the chemical whims of a 3-inch cylinder of cadmium. It was a bizarre inversion of the master-slave relationship. The battery was no longer the servant, it was the supervisor, and it demanded a very specific set of working conditions. Furthermore, the NICD was a remarkably high-maintenance guest. If you left it on the charger too long, it would get lazy and lose its vigor. If you left it off the charger too long, it would self-discharge out of sheer boredom, turning into a useless weight just when you needed to record your daughter's first steps. It was the Goldilocks of power. It needed everything to be just right, or it wouldn't play at all. And then there was the matter of the chemistry itself. Cadmium is not what you would call a friendly element. It is a heavy metal with the social graces of a poisoner. If a lead-acid battery was a blunt instrument, the NICD was a slow-acting toxin. When these batteries inevitably succumb to their own psychological delusions and refuse to hold more than a spoonful of electricity, we toss them into the trash by the millions. There, in the dark confines of the landfill, they would wait, leaking their metallic spite into the earth, ensuring that even if they couldn't power a flashlight anymore, they could still make the groundwater interesting for the next 3 centuries. One must wonder what the great inventors of the past would have made of it. Imagine Ben Franklin trying to catch lightning in a jar, only for the jar to decide it only wants to catch the small sparks because the big ones are too much paperwork. Imagine Edison spending 10 years on his iron-nickel battery only to be told he needs to deeply discharge it every Sunday, or it will forget it's an invention. The NICD era was a strange transitional period in the history of man. It gave us our first taste of freedom, the ability to walk away from the wall while we worked or spoke, but it charged a heavy tax in the form of anxiety. It was the first time we realized that our machines could be as temperamental, as lazy, and as stubborn as we are. We looked at those little rechargeable cells and saw a reflection of ourselves, something that starts out with great potential, but eventually decides that doing half the work is plenty, provided nobody notices. It was the battery that taught us that rechargeable didn't mean eternal, and that memory is often just another word for a very creative way to quit. Eventually, of course, science marched on. We found better, more forgiving chemistries that didn't require us to perform an exorcism every time we wanted to use a cordless screwdriver. But for a few decades, the nickel-cadmium battery ruled the household with an iron, or rather a cadmium fist, reminding us that in the world of technology, progress is often just a very expensive way to find a brand new thing to worry about. Chapter 15. The Alkaline Army. In the grand marching history of human progress, we often spend our breath praising the generals, the poets, and the men who invent steam engines that occasionally stay on the tracks. But if we were to be truly honest with ourselves, a practice that is, I admit, dangerously unpopular, we would build a monument of solid gold to the foot soldier of the modern age, the alkaline battery. Before the alkaline army arrived to conquer our living rooms, the state of portable power was, to put it mildly, pathetic. We lived in the dark ages of the zinc-carbon cell. These were flimsy, zinc-jacketed cylinders that possessed about as much electrical ambition as a damp match. If you put them in a flashlight, they would provide a sickly yellow glow, just enough to help you see the wall you were about to walk into. And then they would promptly expire. And they didn't just die. They died with a mess. A zinc-carbon battery left in a drawer for more than a fortnight would inevitably decide to turn its internal organs into a sticky, white paste that would corrode your flashlight into a permanent, inseparable piece of modern art. Then came the 1960s, and with them, a revolution that did not involve protest signs or shaggy hair, but rather a change in internal chemistry that would forever alter the landscape of the American household. The alkaline battery did not merely enter the market, it invaded. It arrived with names that suggested Greco-Roman strength and tireless vigor: Duracell, Energizer, Mallory. They were dressed in smart, military-grade uniforms of copper and black, or silver and red. They didn't leak, they didn't complain, and most importantly, they lasted 10 times longer than their ancestors. They were the professional soldiers of the pantry, and they were here to ensure that the 20th century would be loud, motorized, and entirely portable. But the true genius of the Alkaline Army was not in its chemistry, but in its timing. It hitched its wagon to the most powerful force in the known universe. The unbridled screaming demands of a small child on Christmas morning. For the 50 years following the arrival of the alkaline cell, the American Christmas was transformed from a quiet religious observation into a frantic, sweating, logistical nightmare. We entered the era of the batteries not included disclaimer, a phrase that has caused more psychological trauma than the invention of the tax audit. Imagine, if you will, the scene. The sun has not yet risen. The tree is a glittering monument to consumerism. A small boy tears open a box to reveal a motorized tank that is supposed to climb over obstacles, fire plastic sparks, and make a noise that sounds like a cat being put through a thresher. It is a marvel of plastic engineering. The boy's eyes widen. His heart hammers. He flips the on switch. Nothing happens. The silence that follows is a heavy, suffocating thing. It is the silence of a dream dying in the cradle. Then the parent, usually the father still clad in his bathrobe and clutching a lukewarm coffee, notices the tiny, malevolent print on the bottom of the box. Requires 4 D cells, not included. At this moment, the father realizes he has failed. He has provided the tank, but he has forgotten the soul of the tank. He has forgotten the Alkaline Army. What follows is the Great Christmas Hunt, a ritual practiced by millions of men across the continent. It begins with a frantic search through the junk drawer, which usually yields 3 half-dead AAs, a rusted 9-volt that tastes like pennies, and a single size C that looks like it has been chewed by a dog. But the tank demands size D. The size D battery is the heavy artillery of the alkaline world. It is a thick, thumb-thick cylinder of pure potential. It is the only thing that can move the gears of a robot or power a boombox that can be heard 3 blocks away. And on Christmas morning, a size D battery is more valuable than a king's ransom. I have seen men drive 40 miles through a blizzard to find a gas station that might have a dusty 4-pack of D cells hidden behind the beef jerky. I have seen neighbors who haven't spoken in a decade engage in high-stakes bartering over a pair of Duracells. I'll give you 2 C's and a packet of AAAs for 1 D, the desperate father whispers across the hedge. It is the birth of a new currency, a black market of power. The Alkaline Army did not stop at toys. They marched into our smoke detectors, our television remotes, our transistor radios, and our heavy-duty flashlights. They made the world wireless before the word had anything to do with the internet. Suddenly, a man could take his music to the beach, his light into the woods, and his television control to the sofa, provided he was willing to pay the battery tax every few months. And oh, the marketing! Never in the history of commerce has a product been sold with such relentless, drumming enthusiasm. We were introduced to a pink mechanical rabbit that possessed a level of stamina that was frankly unsettling. That rabbit didn't just sell batteries. It sold the idea of perpetual motion. It marched through deserts, across mountain ranges, and past rows of exhausted, ordinary batteries that had collapsed into heaps of zinc-carbon despair. The message was clear. If you wanted to survive the modern world, you needed a battery that could outlast your own patience. We became a society that measured its preparedness by the weight of its battery stash. A man with a full drawer of assorted alkaline cells, organized by size like a chemist's spice rack, felt a sense of security that no insurance policy could provide. He was ready for the power outage. He was ready for the remote control to fail during the World Series. He was ready for the day his daughter's chatty Cathy doll ran out of things to say. But like all conquering armies, the Alkaline Army left a legacy of waste in its wake. Because they were disposable, we treated them with the casual disregard we show to a used toothpick. By the 1990s, we were tossing billions of these little copper-topped soldiers into the earth every year. We were burying enough potential energy to jumpstart a small moon, all because we were too lazy to find a way to fill them back up. We had traded the memory effect of the NICD for the throwaway culture of the alkaline, and we did so with a cheery smile and a fresh pack of 4. The alkaline battery represents the ultimate triumph of convenience over consequence. It gave us a world where we could carry our power in our pockets, provided we didn't mind the weight or the cost. It ensured that for 50 years, the most important question asked in an American household wasn't, "Where is the Bible?" or "Where is the truth?" but rather, "Does anyone know where we keep the AAs?" It was a humble, quiet revolution. No shots were fired, save for the occasional pop of a toy gun, but the world was changed nonetheless. We became a civilization powered by the contents of a cardboard blister pack, forever marching to the beat of a pink rabbit's drum, and forever searching, with a desperate and holy fervor, for 4 size D batteries on a cold December morning. Chapter 16, The Radio and the Hunger for AAs. In the years following the Great Alkaline Invasion, the human race found itself in a peculiar predicament. We had successfully miniaturized the power, but we had not yet found a way to miniaturize our appetite for noise. For most of human history, if a man wanted to hear a symphony, he had to put on a tuxedo and sit in a drafty hall with several hundred other people who were trying very hard not to cough. If he wanted to hear a folk singer, he had to find a tavern or a porch. Music was a stationary, heavy, and occasionally expensive affair. Then came the 1950s, and with them, the invention of the transistor. Now, I do not claim to understand the inner workings of a transistor. To a man of my vintage, it appears to be a form of witchcraft involving silicon and a great deal of optimism. Before the transistor, a radio was a piece of furniture the size of a small wardrobe. It was filled with glowing glass tubes that hummed, crackled, and produced enough heat to roast a medium-sized pheasant. You didn't carry a radio. You installed it. It was a permanent resident of the parlor, anchored to the wall by a thick cord that suggested the device was prone to wandering off if not properly tethered. But the transistor changed all that. It took those glowing glass tubes and shrank them down until they were no larger than a grain of corn. Suddenly, the wardrobe became a box. The box became a brick, and the brick became something you could slip into your coat pocket. It was a miracle. It was a revolution. And, as is always the case with human miracles, it immediately created a desperate, clawing dependency on a very specific size of battery, the AA. The AA battery is the middle child of the alkaline family. It lacks the thumping authority of the D cell and the diminutive specialized grace of the AAA. It is a modest, cylindrical stick of energy that for 3 decades became the most sought-after currency in the civilized world. If the D cell was the gold bar of the household economy, the AA was the $5 bill, the thing you never had enough of, and the thing everyone was constantly trying to borrow without the intention of returning. The transistor radio turned the world into a portable concert hall. Suddenly, a teenager could take the latest rock and roll hits into his bedroom, far from the disapproving ears of his parents. A man could take the baseball game to the beach. A lady could listen to her serials while gardening. We became a species of nomads, wandering the earth with little plastic boxes pressed against our ears, nodding our heads to a beat that only we could hear. But this newfound freedom came at a terrible price. The transistor radio was a ravenous, unblinking consumer of AA batteries. It didn't just use them, it devoured them. A transistor radio left on overnight was not a radio anymore. It was a small plastic tomb for 4 dead batteries. This created what historians will eventually call the Great Household Scarcity. In every home across the land, there existed a constant low-grade tension regarding the AA supply. We became a nation of battery thieves. I have seen a boy steal the batteries from his sister's Easy Bake accessory just so he could hear the 4th quarter of a football game. I have seen a father, in a fit of desperation, dismantle the television remote control to fuel his handheld weather radio during a storm. We lived in a state of perpetual borrowing. You would reach for your Walkman only to find the battery compartment empty, save for a small handwritten note from your brother promising to replace them next Tuesday. Next Tuesday, of course, never came. In the world of AA batteries, there is no such thing as credit. There is only possession. The AA battery became the ultimate tool of parental leverage. "If you don't clean your room," a mother would threaten, "I'm taking the AIs out of your Game Boy." It was a more effective deterrent than a belt or a lecture. To a child in 1989, a Game Boy without batteries was merely a gray plastic paperweight, a cruel reminder of a world of color and sound that had been unceremoniously snatched away. We also developed a variety of folk remedies for the AA that was losing its spirit. Everyone had a theory. Some believed that if you took the batteries out and rubbed them vigorously between your palms, you could warm up the remaining electrons and coax another 10 minutes of music out of them. Others swore by the bite method, gently deforming the metal casing with one's teeth to squeeze the last drops of juice toward the terminals. I cannot say if these methods worked, but I can say that I have seen many a grown man standing in his kitchen, chewing on a Duracell with the grim determination of a gold miner. The transistor radio was the pioneer, but it was soon followed by a parade of AA gluttons. The portable cassette player arrived, demanding even more power to turn the little plastic wheels. Then came the handheld video games, the motorized toothbrushes, and the early digital cameras that could drain a fresh set of AAs in the time it took to say cheese. We were living in a AA economy, and the inflation was staggering. A trip to the grocery store was not complete without the purchase of a value pack, a phrase that suggested you were getting a bargain, when in reality, you were merely buying 48 hours of peace and quiet. But there was a deeper shift occurring. The AA battery and the transistor radio were the first steps toward the always-on society. Before this, when you left your house, you left the world behind. You were alone with your thoughts, the birds, and the occasional passing carriage. But with a pocket full of batteries and a transistor in your hand, you were never truly alone. You were connected to the news, the music, and the collective noise of humanity. We traded the silence of the woods for the crackle of the airwaves, and we did it gladly, one 4-pack of alkalines at a time. We became a people who were terrified of a quiet moment, and our savior was a little copper-topped cylinder that we kept in a drawer next to the screwdrivers and the expired coupons. Looking back, it seems a bit absurd. The idea that our cultural revolution was powered by a chemistry that could be bought at a gas station and exhausted by a single afternoon of pop songs. But that is the nature of man. Give him the ability to carry the world in his pocket, and he won't ask about the cost of the fuel. He will only ask if you have any AAs in the kitchen drawer, and if you'd mind terribly if he borrowed them for just a moment. The transistor radio died out, replaced by things smaller, sleeker, and even more demanding. But the hunger for the AA remained, a lingering symptom of an age when we first realized that the most important thing a man can possess is the power to tune out the world and tune into himself, provided he has enough juice to make it through the next song. Chapter 17. The miniaturization of everything. In the early days of our species, a man's importance was generally measured by the sheer acreage of his shadow. If you owned a house the size of a cathedral, a horse that could pull a locomotive, and a pocket watch that required a sturdy waistcoat and a structural engineer to carry, you were considered a gentleman of consequence. We lived in a world of bigger is better, where the grandest steamboats had the most chimneys and the most successful politicians had the most chins. But as we drifted into the 1970s, a strange and microscopic madness took hold of the human imagination. Suddenly, the world decided that greatness was no longer found in the monumental, but in the minuscule. We entered the era of miniaturization, a period where the greatest scientific minds on the planet spent their days trying to shrink the universe until it could fit inside a thimble, or better yet, disappear altogether. This obsession began, as most modern follies do, with the digital watch. For centuries, a watch was a mechanical marvel of tiny brass gears and springs that ticked with the steady, reassuring heartbeat of a gentleman's afternoon. Then, almost overnight, the gears were banished. In their place came the liquid crystal display and the light-emitting diode, glowing red numbers that looked like they had been stolen from the dashboard of a Martian spacecraft. But these tiny glowing numbers had a problem. They were electrically famished. They didn't want the heavy-duty D cell or the reliable AA that had powered the transistor radio. To put a AA battery on a wristwatch would be like hitching a Clydesdale to a hummingbird. The aesthetic of the 1970s demanded something sleek, something hidden, something that didn't make the wearer look like they were carrying a brick on their pulse. And so, the laboratories gave birth to the buttoned cell. It was a tiny, shimmering disk of silver and chemicals, no larger than a shirt button and possessing the deceptive appearance of a harmless piece of confectionery. It was the coin cell, the watch battery, the microscopic powerhouse that allowed us to shrink our technology until we could no longer find it when we dropped it on the rug. The buttoned cell was the ultimate triumph of the invisible servant. It tucked itself away inside the back of a watch or deep within the plastic bowels of a handheld calculator, and it did its job with a silent, stoic efficiency. But because it was so small, it introduced a new and harrowing variety of human frustration. Before the button cell, if a battery died, you knew it. You could see the D cell leaking its white crust in the flashlight. You could feel the weight of the A's in your hand. But when a digital watch died in 1976, it didn't give you a warning. It didn't fade or sputter. One moment, you were a man of the modern age, precisely aware that it was 3:42 and 14 seconds. The next moment, you were staring at a blank, black screen, as cut off from the flow of time as a shipwrecked sailor on a deserted isle. And then came the struggle to replace it. Replacing a D cell is a task a child can perform with one hand tied behind his back. Replacing a button cell, however, required the steady hands of a diamond cutter and the specialized tools of an Adhibeshne watchmaker. You had to pry off a metal plate with a screwdriver the size of a needle, navigate a maze of microscopic springs that were spring-loaded to fly into the next county at the slightest provocation, and then, after much sweating and swearing, drop the new battery into place. Of course, the battery usually fell onto the floor. And here is where the button cell truly excelled in its mischief. A button cell dropped on a shag carpet is, for all practical purposes, a button cell that has entered another dimension. It is gone. It has been reclaimed by the void. I have known men who have spent 3 days on their hands and knees, armed with magnifying glasses and flashlights, searching for a $4 piece of silver oxide that had the audacity to be exactly the same color as a dust mote. But the miniaturization didn't stop at watches. We moved on to the handheld calculator. Before this, mathematics was a dignified and slow-moving profession. If you wanted to multiply large numbers, you needed a slide rule, a pencil, and several hours of quiet reflection. But the button cell gave us the pocket calculator, a device that promised to make every schoolboy a mathematical genius. Suddenly, you could find the square root of 749 while standing in line for a hot dog. It was a marvelous liberation of the mind, provided you didn't mind that the buttons were so small you needed a toothpick to press them, and that the battery would inevitably expire right in the middle of your tax returns. However, the most sinister aspect of the button cell was its uncanny resemblance to a piece of candy. To a toddler, the world is divided into 2 categories: things that can be eaten and things that are currently in the process of being eaten. A silver, shiny, round object that falls out of a musical greeting card or a toy remote is, to a 3-year-old, a forbidden hors d'oeuvre. This led to the expensive swallow, a new medical phenomenon where a parent would realize, with a cold shiver of dread, that their offspring had just ingested the power source for their Texas Instruments calculator. This would result in a panic trip to the hospital, an X-ray that revealed a glowing metallic moon residing in the child's stomach, and several days of the most anxious waiting known to man. It was the first time in history that a human being had to worry about their child being electrically charged from the inside out. The button cell turned our homes into minefields of tiny, expensive potential. We were surrounded by miniature miracles, hearing aids that were so small they were constantly being lost in the bedding, cameras that could fit in a pocket, but required a specialized battery only sold in 3 shops in Zurich, and toys that chirped and beeped until the tiny silver hearts gave out. We were enchanted by the idea that power didn't have to be heavy. We liked the feeling of being unburdened. But in shrinking the battery, we also shrank our own margin for error. We became dependent on things we couldn't see, things we couldn't easily replace, and things that could be accidentally consumed by a curious toddler during a nap. The 1970s taught us that if you make a thing small enough, people will forget it's there, right up until it stops working. We traded the clunky, honest bulk of the Victorian era for the sleek, elusive mystery of the microchip and the coin cell. We felt very clever, very modern, and very sophisticated, right up until we had to go to the hardware store and explain to a confused clerk that we needed a CR2032 for a watch that we had owned for 3 days and already lost under the sofa. It was a decade of shrinking horizons and expanding frustrations. We were learning that while you can indeed shrink the battery, you cannot shrink the human capacity for losing things that are important. We were well on our way to a world where everything was portable, everything was digital, and everything was just one tiny silver disc away from becoming a very expensive paperweight. Chapter 18. The Search for the Lightweight Soul. It has been observed by men far wiser than myself, and by several who are considerably dimmer, that the primary ambition of the human race is to possess the power of a Roman god while maintaining the physical exertion of a house cat. We want the strength of Hercules, the speed of Mercury, and the thunderbolts of Jupiter. But we would prefer if the entire apparatus weighed no more than a pocket handkerchief and didn't require us to stand up from our favorite armchair. For the better part of a century, as we have seen, the battery was a heavy, sullen, and uncooperative companion. Whether it was the lead-acid box that anchored a carriage to the earth, or the iron-nickel crate that Edison built with the stubbornness of a mountain, the portable power of the age was portable only in the sense that a piano is portable. If you have enough stout men and a sturdy set of rollers, you can move it, but you won't enjoy the process. The problem, as it turns out, was not a lack of scientific imagination, but a simple matter of geography. I refer, of course, to the periodic table of elements. Now, the periodic table is often presented to schoolboys as a tidy chart of boxes, a sort of census for the universe's building blocks. But to the eyes of a frustrated battery scientist, in the mid-20th century, it looked more like a social directory of a very difficult small town. At one end, you had the old money, elements like lead and gold and mercury. They were respectable, they were established, and they were heavy enough to sink a barge. At the other end, you had the riffraff, the gases and the lightweights who were so flighty they could barely stay in the room without being tethered down. For decades, the battery world had been dominated by the heavyweights. Lead, in particular, was the undisputed king of the hill. Lead is a solid, dependable, and thoroughly depressing element. It is the metal of tombstones, plumbing, and those heavy aprons they put on you at the dentist to ensure you don't accidentally float away. It is reliable, yes, but it possesses the lightweight soul of a wet anvil. If you wanted more power from a lead-acid battery, you simply added more lead. It was a linear progression toward a hernia. By the time we reached the 1960s, the world was beginning to realize that if we ever wanted to go to the moon or drive a car that didn't require its own zip code, we had to find a new way to store lightning. We needed an element that was energetic, ambitious, and above all, light. We were looking for the featherweight champion of the universe, and so the scientists turned their eyes toward the very top of the chart, to the neighborhood of the aristocratic lightweights. They looked past hydrogen, which is less of an element and more of a philosophical concept that happens to be highly flammable. They looked past helium, which is useful only for making party balloons and giving grown men the voices of distressed chipmunks. And there, at number 3, they found lithium. Lithium is a peculiar and high-strung creature. It is the lightest of all metals. Indeed, it is so light that it will float on oil, which is a neat trick for a metal, but a bit disconcerting for those of us who expect our minerals to stay where we put them. If you were to make a brick of solid lithium, it would weigh about as much as a loaf of particularly airy bread. It is the sort of element that looks at a lead pipe and wonders why anyone bothers to get out of bed in the morning. But lithium possesses something more than mere lightness. It possesses a chemical nervousness that makes it the perfect candidate for a battery. You see, a battery is essentially a controlled riot. It is a place where electrons are forcibly moved from one side of a fence to the other, and they spend their entire lives trying to get back to where they started. To make a powerful battery, you need an element that is absolutely desperate to get rid of its electrons. A giving personality, if you will. Lithium is the most generous element in the neighborhood. It practically flings its electrons at passers-by. It is so reactive, so eager to participate in the business of the universe, that it cannot even be left out in the open air. If you expose a piece of pure lithium to the atmosphere, it doesn't just sit there like a piece of honest copper. It begins to tarnish, sizzle, and, if there's a hint of moisture about, it may decide to spontaneously combust out of sheer excitement. It was, in short, the skittish youth of the chemical world. The search for the lightweight soul became a quest to domesticate this lithium. Scientists began to realize that if they could trap this energetic little element in a stable environment, they would have a battery that could store more power in a thimble than a lead-acid battery could store in a bucket. It was the promise of a world where a man could carry enough energy to power a computer, a telephone, and a heart pacer in his vest pocket without his tailor having to reinforce the seams. However, domesticating lithium was like trying to train a mountain lion to sit on a velvet cushion. The very trait that made it a great battery, its frantic desire to react, made it a nightmare to work with. The early laboratories were filled with the smell of scorched eyebrows and the sound of fire extinguishers. Lithium didn't want to be pushed around. It didn't want to be told to sit quietly in a plastic case and wait for someone to turn on a flashlight. It wanted to be free, and its idea of freedom usually involved a spectacular display of sparks and a great deal of white smoke. The scientists persisted. They moved through the 1960s and into the 70s with a grim determination. They were the new alchemists, no longer trying to turn lead into gold, but trying to turn lithium into a servant. They experimented with anodes and cathodes, terms that sound like a pair of Greek philosophers but are actually the in and outdoors of the electrical party. They realized that the secret was not to use pure lithium, which was far too temperamental for a polite household, but to use lithium ions. These are lithium atoms that have already been stripped of their excess baggage and are more inclined to behave themselves. It was a subtle, brilliant shift. They weren't using the whole lion. They were using the lion's enthusiasm, carefully channeled through a series of chemical hurdles. This search for the lightweight soul was more than just a scientific endeavor. It was a shift in the human perspective. We were finally moving away from the age of bulk. We were beginning to understand that true power doesn't have to be heavy, and that the smallest things in the universe often hold the most terrifying potential. As we looked upon the periodic table, we saw that the good Lord had hidden the secrets of the future right there at the top of the list, nestled between the sun and the stars. We just had to be patient enough and brave enough to reach up and grab them without getting our fingers burned. The stage was set. The heavyweights were retired to the basement. The era of the lithium spark was dawning, and the world was about to become very light, very fast, and, as we would soon discover, occasionally very warm. But that is a story for the next chapter, and one that involves a great deal more fire than a sensible man would usually recommend. Chapter 19. Stanley Whittingham and the Lithium Spark. In the mid-1970s, the world found itself in a bit of a pickle regarding its favorite liquid, petroleum. The gentlemen of the oil industry, who usually spent their days counting their money and contemplating the glorious longevity of the internal combustion engine, suddenly realized that their product was subject to the whims of geopolitics and the unfortunate fact that the earth is not, in fact, made entirely of light, sweet crude. This led to a brief and hilarious moment of historical irony. The very people who sold us the gasoline decided they ought to find the thing that would eventually make gasoline obsolete. It was like a guild of professional candle makers funding the research into the light bulb just to make sure they owned the patent on the darkness. At the center of this ironic endeavor, deep within the laboratories of the Exxon Corporation, sat a brilliant English fellow named Stanley Whittingham. Mr. Whittingham was a man who looked at the periodic table not as a chart, but as a menu of untapped potential. And as we discussed in the last chapter, his eyes were fixed firmly on the nervous youth of the elements, lithium. Whittingham's genius was in finding a dance partner for lithium that didn't result in immediate domestic violence. He discovered a material called titanium disulfide. Now, I am told that titanium disulfide has a layered structure, much like a chemical club sandwich. This allowed the energetic lithium ions to slide in between the layers, hang up their hats, and stay for a while, only to be coaxed out again when someone needed to power a calculator or a particularly ambitious flashlight. This was the birth of the rechargeable lithium battery. It was a miracle of modern science. It was light, it was powerful, and it held more electrical enthusiasm in a square inch than a lead-acid battery could hold in a whole county. However, there was a slight problem. Whittingham's battery was, to put it mildly, temperamental. You see, when you have an element as high-strung as lithium, it does not like to be told what to do. It is like a thoroughbred horse that has been given a double espresso and told to stand still in a small room. The lithium ions would march back and forth during the charging process, but they wouldn't always do so in an orderly fashion. Instead of laying down flat and smooth, they had a habit of growing tiny, jagged metallic whiskers called dendrites. A dendrite is a chemical catastrophe disguised as a piece of tinsel. These little whiskers would grow across the internal gap of the battery until they touched the other side, and when they did, the laws of physics would assert themselves with a terrifying lack of humor. The battery would short-circuit. All that stored energy, which was supposed to provide a gentle flow of power for a week, would decide to exit the building in approximately 3/5 of a second. The result was what the scientists, those masters of the understated, called a thermal event. To the man standing in the laboratory, it was more accurately described as, "The battery is trying to murder me." The early lithium prototypes had a nasty habit of spontaneously combusting just to prove they were working. They didn't just leak or fizz, they erupted with a white-hot fury that could melt through a laboratory bench and ruin a perfectly good pair of trousers. Exxon, realizing that selling a product that occasionally behaved like a handheld Roman candle might lead to certain legal complications, eventually cooled on the idea. They had found the spark, but they hadn't yet figured out how to keep it from burning the house down. It was a classic case of human ambition outrunning human safety. We had caught the lightning, but we were holding it by the tail, and the lightning was remarkably annoyed about the whole arrangement. Whittingham had proven that the lithium battery was the future. He just hadn't quite figured out how to make sure that future didn't involve a frantic search for a fire extinguisher. Chapter 20. John Goodenough and the Cobalt Salvation. In the chronicles of human achievement, there is a peculiar and recurring irony regarding the names of the men who moved the world. We have had heroes named Washington who could not find their way across a frozen river without a boat, and poets named Milton who spent their best years complaining about the lack of light. But there is no name in the entire history of science quite so delightful or quite so misleading as that of Mr. John Goodenough. To the casual observer, the name Goodenough suggests a man of modest ambitions, a fellow who might fix a leaky pump with a piece of twine and a prayer, or a carpenter who decides that a door which closes 80% of the way is, well, good enough for the neighborhood. It is a name that implies a comfortable, pipe-smoking adequacy. Yet the man who bore it was destined to take the volatile, fire-breathing dragon of the lithium battery and turn it into a docile, high-capacity house pet that could power everything from a pocket calculator to a horseless carriage. As we saw in the last chapter, Stanley Whittingham had given the world the lithium battery, but it was a gift that came with a high probability of spontaneous combustion. The lithium battery of the 1970s was a bit like a temperamental opera singer. It possessed a magnificent voice, but it had a habit of setting the theater on fire if it didn't like the color of the curtains. The primary culprit was the material used for the cathode, that chemical doorstep where the electrons go to rest. Whittingham had used titanium disulfide, which worked well enough until it decided to grow those jagged metallic whiskers that turned a battery into a handheld lightning strike. Enter John Goodenough. At the time, he was working at Oxford University, a place where men have been thinking very slowly and very deeply for several centuries. Goodenough was not a man to be rushed by the frantic demands of the oil companies or the impatient ticking of a clock. He looked at the problem with the calm, methodical eye of a man who knows that nature, while stubborn, can eventually be outmaneuvered if you are polite and persistent. He realized that the secret to taming lithium lay not in changing the lithium itself, for you cannot change the nature of a scoundrel, but in finding a better hotel for the lithium ions to stay in. Whittingham's titanium disulfide was a cheap, drafty boarding house. Goodenough decided that what the lithium ions needed was a luxury resort made of cobalt oxide. Now, cobalt is a fascinating element. It is a transition metal with a deep, regal blue history, long used by artists to paint the skies on fine porcelain. It is sturdy, it is stable, and it possesses a level of chemical decorum that titanium entirely lacks. By combining lithium with cobalt and oxygen, Goodenough created a structure that was essentially a series of sturdy, atomic-scale shelves. When the battery was charging, the lithium ions would vacate their cobalt oxide shelves and march over to the other side. When the battery was working, they would march back and tuck themselves into the cobalt oxide with the orderly precision of a well-drilled regiment. Because the cobalt oxide shelves were so strong and so spacious, the lithium ions didn't feel the need to grow those troublesome, explosive whiskers. They were content to stay in their rooms and do their work without trying to burn down the building. But the true genius of Goodenough's discovery was the voltage. In the world of electricity, voltage is essentially the enthusiasm of the electrons. A low-voltage battery is like a lethargic mule that requires a great deal of prodding to move a small load. A high-voltage battery is like a thoroughbred horse that is practically leaping out of the starting gate. Whittingham's battery had a respectable enthusiasm of about 2 volts. Goodenough's cobalt oxide contraption, however, hummed with a magnificent 4 volts. To the layman, this might seem like a small difference, but in the world of electronics, it was the difference between a candle and a lighthouse. It meant that you could get twice as much work out of a battery of the same weight. It meant that the lightweight soul we discussed in Chapter 18 had finally found its body. We now had a battery that was light enough to carry in a pocket, powerful enough to run a computer, and, most miraculously, it didn't show any immediate desire to explode. I have often wondered what the great inventors of my own youth would have made of such a thing. Imagine Ben Franklin's face if you handed him a 4-volt lithium cobalt cell. He would likely try to use it to fly a kite, or perhaps attempt to use it to cure a case of gout. Such was the medicinal optimism of the age. Imagine Thomas Edison, who spent 10 years and several $1 million on a battery that worked half the time in the winter, seeing a device the size of a matchbox that could outpower his entire iron-nickel crate. Edison, being a man of robust ego, would likely have claimed he thought of it first, and then sued everyone in the room. But the rest of us would have simply marveled at the quiet, unpretentious brilliance of it all. However, science is a fickle mistress. Just as Goodenough was perfecting his cobalt salvation, the university authorities at Oxford, in a display of academic wisdom that can only be described as extraordinarily dim, decided that they didn't see much future in the battery business. They refused to pay the modest fee to patent the discovery. They essentially looked at the most important technological breakthrough of the 20th century and said, "It's good enough, I suppose, but we'd rather spend the money on a new set of croquet mallets." And so, the patent was eventually picked up by a Japanese company called Sony, who had a rather keen interest in making things smaller, louder, and more portable. They took Goodenough's chemistry, wrapped it in a slick commercial package, and introduced the world to the lithium-ion battery in 1991. The world was never the same. Within a few years, the heavy, memory-plagued batteries of the past were relegated to the dustbin of history. We entered the age of the always connected, the always portable, and the always recharging. We became a civilization of people who spend our lives looking for a wall socket, tethered to our devices by a thin umbilical cord of copper, all because a man named Goodenough decided that good enough wasn't quite good enough for him. John Goodenough himself lived to the ripe old age of 100, eventually receiving the Nobel Prize for his work when he was 97, a delay that suggests the Nobel Committee was perhaps waiting to see if the battery would actually last as long as promised. He remained a man of great humor and humility, seemingly amused by the fact that he had accidentally started a revolution while looking for a better way to move some ions around a piece of cobalt. His legacy is the silent blue and silver heart of the modern world. Every time you pick up a telephone that doesn't have a cord, or open a laptop computer on a train, or watch a digital camera capture a sunset without the aid of a magnesium flash powder explosion, you are benefiting from the cobalt salvation. It is a testament to the fact that the greatest leaps in human history are often made by men who don't feel the need to shout, who don't require their names in the largest type, and who are content to let their work speak for itself. It is a reminder that in the grand workshop of the universe, a man who is good enough can sometimes be the best thing that ever happened to us. We had tamed the lithium fire. We had found the lightweight soul. Now, all that remained was for the human race to find something useful to do with all that portable power, a task, as we shall see in the next chapter, that we handled with our usual mix of brilliant innovation and staggering, leisure-obsessed stupidity. Chapter 21, The Laptop, A Tether Untethered. It has been wisely observed that man is the only animal capable of spending 3,000 years trying to get out of the rain, only to spend the next century trying to figure out how to take the roof, the walls, and the entire office with him wherever he goes. For the vast majority of human history, work was a place, a physical destination where a man went to engage in the heavy lifting of civilization. When he left that place, the work stayed behind, safely locked away behind heavy oak doors, unable to follow him home like a strayed dog with a grudge. But in the 1990s, humanity committed one of its most spectacular blunders in the name of convenience. We perfected the laptop computer, and we did it by finally marrying the silicon chip to the lithium-ion battery, a union that promised us total freedom and delivered us into a state of permanent, high-definition servitude. To understand the magnitude of this trick, one must recall the portables that came before. In the mid-1980s, if a man said he was bringing his computer home for the weekend, it was a logistical undertaking on par with moving a small circus. These machines were known as luggables, a term that suggests they were portable only if you were an Olympic weightlifter with a very sturdy set of rollers and no regard for the health of your lower spine. They were powered by lead-acid batteries or thick packs of nickel-cadmium, and they possessed the aesthetic grace of a sewing machine and the battery life of a frantic hummingbird. You could use them for 20 minutes before they sighed and expired, leaving you with nothing but a very expensive paperweight and a sudden sharp pain in your shoulder. Then came the lithium-ion revolution. As we have seen, The cobalt salvation of Mr. Goodenough provided a battery that was light enough to be carried in a briefcase and powerful enough to keep a screen glowing for 3, 4, or even 5 hours. Suddenly, the tether was cut. The heavy copper wire that had anchored the worker to the wall for 100 years was unceremoniously snipped. We were told this was the great liberation. The advertisements of the era were filled with images of sleek, tan individuals sitting on white sand beaches, their toes in the surf, and their laptops perched on their knees. The message was clear. Now you can work from anywhere. The world is your office. You are no longer a prisoner of the cubicle. It was a lie, of course, a magnificent, shimmering, copper-topped lie. What the advertisements failed to mention was that if you can work from anywhere, you are expected to work everywhere. By untethering the computer, we accidentally untethered the manager. Before the laptop, a man on vacation was a dead man as far as the company was concerned. He was in the woods. He was on a boat. He was, most importantly, unreachable. You couldn't ask him about the third quarter projections if he was currently fighting a trout in the middle of a stream in Montana. But with the arrival of the lithium-powered laptop, the trout didn't stand a chance. The office followed the man. It tucked itself into his carry-on bag. It sat on the dinner table. It peered out from under the bed in the hotel room. We had traded the freedom of movement for the abolition of privacy. We had essentially invented a way to carry our own shackles around in a stylish leather case. I have observed a gentleman at a tropical resort, a man who had paid several $1,000s to listen to the ocean, spending 4 hours staring at a gray plastic screen, his brow furrowed in a state of intense, spreadsheet-induced misery. The sun was shining, the palm trees were swaying, and the local inhabitants were playing music that suggested life was meant to be enjoyed. But this man was engaged in a desperate battle with a glare-resistant screen that wasn't nearly resistant enough. He was hunched over like a shrimp, his fingers clacking away on a keyboard that was slowly filling with sand, trying to answer an email from a person he didn't like about a project that didn't matter. This is the working vacation, a phrase that is a contradiction in terms like honest politician or quiet accordion. It is a psychological state where a man is physically in paradise but mentally in a windowless room in Des Moines. And it was all made possible by the fact that the battery finally worked. If the battery had stayed temperamental, if it had continued to die every 20 minutes, we might have been saved. We would have used the computer for a moment, the screen would have gone black, and we would have sighed and gone for a swim. But the lithium-ion battery was too good. It was too reliable. It allowed us to be productive until our souls were as drained as the cells. Furthermore, the laptop introduced a new variety of physical comedy to the human experience. Despite its name, the laptop is a device that should never, under any circumstances, be placed on a human lap. After 40 minutes of high-intensity data processing, a 1990s laptop would reach a temperature approximately 3 degrees cooler than the surface of the sun. A man sitting on a plane, trying to finish a report, would find his thighs being slowly toasted by a piece of electronics that was humming with the heat of its own ambition. It was the first time in history that a man could get a second-degree burn while writing a poem or calculating the interest on a loan. And then there was the posture of the future. Before the laptop, man stood tall. He looked at the horizon. He walked with his chest out and his head high. But the laptop demanded a different geometry. It required the laptop slump, a curve of the spine that suggests one is trying to crawl back into the womb, or perhaps trying to hide one's screen from a nosy neighbor on the bus. We became a species of shrimps, forever hunched over our glowing rectangles, our necks tilted at an angle that would have horrified a Victorian schoolmaster. We also developed a new and harrowing form of anxiety, the percentage panic. Because the lithium battery allowed us to stray so far from the wall, we became obsessed with the status bar. We would look at the little icon in the corner of the screen with the intensity of a navigator looking for the North Star. "I have 12% left," a man would cry in the middle of a meeting, his face pale with dread. "Where is the juice? Where is the wall? I am at 8%. I am fading. My digital life is slipping away." We became a nation of wall-hugging nomads. We would travel to the most beautiful airports in the world, and instead of looking out the windows at the marvel of flight, we would spend our time huddled on the floor next to a janitor's closet, because it was the only place with a functional electrical outlet. We were free to roam the earth, provided we stayed within 6 feet of a plug every 4 hours. Looking back on the 1990s, one cannot help but laugh at our naive enthusiasm. We thought we were becoming gods. We thought we were transcending the limits of space and time. We thought the battery was the key to a life of leisure and mobility. In reality, we were just becoming very efficient, very portable clerks. We had spent 2 centuries of scientific genius, from Volta's piles to Goodenough's cobalt, just so we could have the privilege of being annoyed by our bosses while sitting on a beach in Hawaii. It is a testament to the fact that while technology can indeed untether the machine, it cannot untether the human heart from its own restless desire to be busy. We had caught the spark, we had bottled it in lithium, and then we used it to ensure that we would never have to have a quiet thought or a peaceful sunset ever again. It was a magnificent achievement, and as any battery will tell you, if you want to keep the light burning, you have to be willing to give up everything else. The laptop was the first true digital leash, and we put it on ourselves with a smile, a leather bag, and a full charge. Chapter 22. The Smartphone and the Anxiety of the 1%. In the previous chapter, we observed the birth of the laptop, that noble, overheated shackle that allowed a man to bring his misery to the mountains and his ledgers to the seaside. But as the 21st century dawned, the scientists and the hucksters of Silicon Valley decided that even this was not quite enough. They looked at a man carrying a laptop and thought, "He looks far too relaxed. His hands are occasionally free. He is capable of looking at the sky without a piece of glass in the way. We must remedy this at once." And so they gave us the smartphone. The smartphone was the ultimate refinement of the lithium-ion miracle. It was the lightweight soul, shrunken down until it could fit into the palm of a hand or the pocket of a pair of trousers. It was a telephone, a camera, a map, a library, and a perpetual motion machine of distraction, all powered by a thin, silver wafer of chemistry that possessed more electrical density than a thundercloud and more temperament than a prima donna. But the smartphone introduced a brand new ailment to the human condition, a psychological plague that I have termed the anxiety of the 1%. Now, in the political discourse of the day, people often speak of the 1% as a group of wealthy gentlemen who own all the yachts and half the sunshine. But to the modern citizen, the 1% refers to something far more terrifying. It is that final, gasping, crimson-colored sliver of battery life on the screen of his telephone. I have seen a man, a sturdy, sensible fellow, who could face a charging buffalo without blinking, reduced to a state of quivering, hysterical jelly, because his telephone informed him he had reached the 2% mark. To this man, the loss of that final spark was not merely a technical failure, it was a cosmic catastrophe. It was the end of his identity, the silencing of his voice, and the sudden, terrifying realization that he was standing in the middle of a street and had no idea how to get home without a digital voice telling him to turn left in 300 yards. We have become a race of wall-hugging nomads. If you walk into any airport, any coffee house, or any public tavern in this modern age, you will see them. They are not looking at the scenery. They are not engaging in the great conversation of democracy. They are crouched on the floor, huddled in corners, and leaning against cold stone pillars, their eyes fixed with a wild, predatory intensity on the small plastic square of an electrical outlet. I have seen a lady in an evening gown, a woman who looked as though she had just stepped out of a portrait by Sargent, sitting on the grimy floor of a railway station, her skirts fanned out in the dust, just so she could be near a plug. She was an electrical panhandler, begging the grid for just a few drops of current to keep her glowing rectangle alive. The search for a wall outlet has become the modern equivalent of the search for an oasis in the Sahara. A man will walk into a crowded room, ignore the wine, ignore the music, and ignore his own wife, his eyes darting back and forth across the baseboards like a hound scenting a fox. When he spots the silver face of a socket, a look of holy peace descends upon him. He produces a white plastic cord from his pocket, his electronic umbilical, and he tethers himself to the wall. Only then does he breathe. Only then is he home. It is a peculiar thing to witness. We have built a civilization that can fly through the air, speak across oceans, and see into the very heart of the atom, yet we are entirely ruled by the chemical whims of a 3-inch strip of lithium. We are the most advanced society in history, and we spend 40% of our waking hours looking for a place to top off. And oh, the rituals we have developed to preserve that precious spark. We have become masters of battery thrift. We dim our screens until they are as dark as a coal mine at midnight. We turn off the Bluetooth, we silence the notifications, and we close the applications with the frantic haste of a man trying to plug leaks in a sinking ship. We treat every milliampere with the reverence one reserves for the last drop of water in a canteen. "Don't call me," a girl will scream into her phone. "I'm at 19%. Send a text." No, don't send a text with a picture. That uses the backlight. Just send a single letter to let me know you're alive, and then leave me alone until I find a Starbucks. The smartphone has transformed the battery from a hidden servant into a cruel and demanding master. Before the phone, the battery was something you thought about once a year when the flashlight got dim. Now, the battery is the central character in the drama of our lives. We check its health more often than we check our own pulses. We worry about its cycle count, as if it were a mortgage. We buy power banks, portable bricks of lithium that we carry around like external organs, just in case our primary soul decides to expire before lunch. I have observed that the smartphone has also ruined the art of the human encounter. In the old days, if two men were waiting for a stagecoach, they might discuss the weather, the price of corn, or the relative merits of the local bourbon. Today, if two men are waiting for a bus, they sit in absolute silence, their faces illuminated by the eerie, bluish glow of their screens, their thumbs twitching with the rhythmic insanity of a telegraph operator on a 3-day bender. They are both engaged in a desperate race against the clock, trying to read the news of the world before their batteries turn them back into ordinary, silent human beings. There is a profound irony in the fact that the smartest device we have ever created has made us the most helpless. A man with a dead phone in 2024 is more lost than a man in a forest in 1840. The man in 1840 knew how to look at the moss on the trees, how to read the stars, and how to ask a passerby for the time of day. The man with the dead phone doesn't know what time it is, doesn't know where he is, and, most tragically, doesn't know what he thinks about anything until he can see what the rest of the world thinks about it first. The lithium-ion battery has given us the world in our pockets, but it has charged us a heavy tax in the form of permanent disquiet. We are always connected, which means we are never present. We are always available, which means we are never free. We have achieved the dream of the ages, instantaneous communication, only to find that we mostly use it to tell people that we are running late and at 5% battery. Looking at the masses of people huddled around the charging stations at the airport, one cannot help but be reminded of a flock of birds gathered around a bird bath in a drought. They are parched, they are desperate, and they are entirely dependent on the charity of the grid. We have come a long way from Alessandro Volta and his stack of silver and zinc. We have reached the pinnacle of portable power. We have the cobalt salvation in our pockets, and yet we are more anxious, more tethered, and more frantic than we ever were when we had to stay at home and wait for a letter. It is a joke that the universe has played on the progress of man. We finally figured out how to carry the light of the world in our hands, and now we are terrified that the light will go out before we find the next wall socket. But do not despair, for even as we crouch on the floor of the railway station, clutching our cords and praying to the god of the alternating current, the inventors are already planning the next step. They are looking at the roads, they are looking at the factories, and they are looking at the very earth beneath our feet. The battery is no longer just a pocket-sized parasite. It is about to become the engine of history once more. We are moving from the anxiety of the 1% to the resurrection of the vehicle, a transition that will require even more lithium, even more cobalt, and, as we shall see, a level of financial madness that would make a Mississippi riverboat gambler blush with envy. Chapter 23, The Electric Vehicle's Second Resurrection. It has been said that history does not repeat itself, but it does tend to rhyme. And in the case of the electric vehicle, the rhyme is a particularly expensive and repetitive limerick. As we discussed in our earlier meditations on Mr. Edison and his iron-nickel stubbornness, the electric carriage was once the darling of the boulevard. It was silent, it was dignified, and it didn't require the operator to possess the biceps of a blacksmith just to turn the crank. But it was murdered by the gasoline engine, a noisy, explosive, and thoroughly uncouth upstart that offered the one thing a battery could not, the ability to leave town without a plan. For 100 years, the electric car lay in a shallow grave, covered by the oily soot of the internal combustion era. It was considered a fossil of a different sort, a quaint, failed idea like the steam-powered typewriter or the edible waistcoat. But then, as the 21st century began to cough on its own fumes, a group of visionaries in California decided that what the world really needed was not a sensible way to get to the grocery store, but a four-wheeled lightning bolt that could outrun a cheetah and cost as much as a moderately sized yacht. This was the second resurrection of the electric vehicle, and it was made possible entirely by the fact that the lithium-ion battery had finally grown up and decided to get a job. In this new era, the battery is no longer a hidden accessory tucked under the seat like a forgotten umbrella. It has ascended to the throne. In a modern electric vehicle, the battery is the sovereign. It is the most expensive, most heavy, and most temperamental member of the royal family. The car is no longer a vehicle that happens to have a battery. It is a giant, rolling battery that happens to have a few seats and a steering wheel attached to the top of it for the sake of appearances. Engineers call this the skateboard architecture. It is a charmingly youthful name for a 3,000-pound slab of chemicals and copper. Thousands of little lithium-ion cells, the same ones that power your laptop and your flashlight, are bundled together in a metallic sarcophagus and bolted to the bottom of the car. This gives the vehicle a low center of gravity, which is a scientific way of saying that the car is so heavy it would take a hurricane to knock it over, but if it ever does flip, you'd better hope you're standing in a different zip code. The marketing for these machines is a marvel of psychological sleight of hand. We are told that by purchasing a 3-ton electric chariot, we are saving the planet. It is a lovely sentiment. There is something deeply satisfying about flooring a 2.5-ton SUV and feeling the instant, neck-snapping torque of the electrons, all while telling yourself that you are doing it for the polar bears. We have traded the guilt of the tailpipe for the glory of the silent zoom. But as with all royalty, the Battery King is a demanding master. It insists on being the center of attention at all times. And the primary way it demands this attention is through a modern psychological torture known as range anxiety. We have already discussed the anxiety of the 1% regarding the smartphone, but range anxiety is that same fear magnified by 60 miles of desolate highway and a sudden, ominous, low battery warning on the dashboard. It is the feeling a man gets when he realizes he is 20 miles from a charging station and his car is informing him that he has precisely 18 miles of enthusiasm left in the tank. I have seen a man in the winter of 2026, a year that has seen a polar vortex so cold it could turn a politician's heart into an ice cube, driving down a highway in Minnesota with his coat collar turned up, his gloves on, and his breath frosting the windshield. He was shivering like a wet dog, yet he refused to turn on the heater. Why? Because the heater is a ravenous consumer of electrons, and he knew that every degree of warmth in the cabin was a mile of distance stolen from the wheels. You see, the lithium-ion battery has a profound and irrational hatred for the cold. At 70 degrees Fahrenheit, it is a happy, generous companion. But when the mercury drops below zero, the chemistry inside the battery becomes as sluggish and uncooperative as a teenager on a Monday morning. The ions, which usually zip across the internal divide with the speed of gossip in a small town, suddenly decide they would rather stay in bed. In the great freeze of early 2026, many an EV owner discovered that their 300-mile car had suddenly become a 150-mile car. The range didn't just fade, it evaporated. It was a double whammy, as the scientists say. The battery was less efficient at providing power, and the car was forced to use more power just to keep the battery and the passengers from turning into blocks of ice. It is a peculiar sort of progress when a man pays $60,000 for a car that requires him to dress like an Arctic explorer just to make it to his mother-in-law's house for Sunday dinner. And then there is the matter of the charging station. In the old, oily days, refueling was a 5-minute affair involving a smelly hose and a rack of questionable beef jerky. It was a democratic experience, but charging an electric vehicle is a test of character, patience, and one's ability to navigate a dozen different smartphone applications. I have watched a gentleman at a fast charger in a rainy parking lot in Iowa. He was standing in the drizzle, frantically trying to scan a QR code that had been obscured by mud, while his car sat silent and judgmental. When he finally succeeded in making the connection, he was informed that his charging speed was currently limited because the battery was too cold, or the grid was too busy, or perhaps because the charger simply didn't like the look of his hat. He was then forced to sit in the car for 45 minutes, staring at the little green lightning bolt on the screen, reflecting on his life choices. The battery has regained its throne, yes, but it is a throne built on a very delicate foundation. We are currently in the midst of a market recalibration, or what the financiers call an EV winter. The initial rush of enthusiasts, the people who would buy a battery-powered toothpick if it had a sleek enough logo, has passed. We are now left with the mainstream consumer, a fellow who is remarkably stubborn about things like affordability and not wanting to spend an hour at a gas station. The cost of these batteries is dropping, it is true. They say that by the end of this year, 2026, the price of a kilowatt hour will drop to $80, making an electric car as cheap to own as a gasoline one. It is a wonderful prospect. But the irony remains. We are digging up half the earth in the search for the lightweight soul, which we shall discuss in a later chapter, just so we can build a car that is heavier than a Victorian carriage and more temperamental than a gas-lit theater. We have resurrected the electric vehicle, but we have done so by making the battery the most important thing in our lives. We plan our trips around its needs. We worry about its temperature. We fret over its state of charge. We have replaced the freedom of the open road with the logistics of the available plug. It is a grand, silent, and incredibly fast revolution. We are moving toward a world where the roar of the engine is replaced by the hum of the inverter, and where the smell of gasoline is replaced by the smell of, well, nothing at all, which is a significant improvement in the olfactory department. But let us not forget that the king on the skateboard is a fickle monarch. He will give you the power of a god and the silence of a ghost, provided you are willing to worship at his altar, monitor his health with the devotion of a nurse, and never, ever try to drive through a snowstorm in North Dakota without a very, very long extension cord. The second resurrection is here, and the battery is wearing the crown. Whether it can keep that crown without bankrupting the kingdom or freezing the citizenry remains to be seen. But for now, we floor the pedal, feel the silent surge of the lithium spark, and try very hard not to look at the range estimator until we are safely within sight of the garage. Chapter 24. The Gigafactory and the Architecture of Scale. In the ancient world, when a pharaoh or a Caesar felt the need to remind the local populace of his divine proximity, he would command the construction of a pyramid, a colosseum, or a temple so vast it could be seen from the next kingdom. These were monuments to the ego, built with the sweat of 100,000 souls and designed to last until the sun went out. But in this year of our Lord 2026, we have birthed a new kind of cathedral, one dedicated not to a silent God, but to the frantic chemical hum of the lithium ion. I refer to the Gigafactory. The word itself is a masterpiece of modern linguistic puffery. We have already discussed the giga prefix, that mathematical titan that represents a billion of anything you care to name. By naming his workshops gigafactories, Mr. Musk and his disciples have informed the world that they are no longer in the business of mere manufacturing. They are in the business of manifest destiny on a microscopic scale. To step inside a gigafactory, such as the massive shimmering temple in Austin, Texas, which currently serves as the global headquarters of the battery religion, is to experience a profound and crushing sense of one's own insignificance. These buildings are not merely large, they are geographically offensive. A gigafactory is an airport that has been turned inside out and packed with high-speed robotics. It is a building so long that it possesses its own time zones, and where a man sent to fetch a wrench from the bottom left corner might not be heard from again for 3 days. I've been told that to make a single circuit around the exterior of the Texas facility is a trek of over 5 miles. In my youth, a 5-mile walk was considered a day's journey for a man with a sturdy stick and a canteen. Today, it is merely the distance a supervisor must travel to find a functioning water fountain. We have built an architecture of scale that treats the human foot as an obsolete technology. But the true absurdity lies in the vertical integration, a term that sounds like a gymnastic maneuver, but is actually a description of an industrial digestive tract. In the old days, a factory was a place where you took parts made by other people and bolted them together. In a gigafactory, you take the raw, unrefined dirt of the earth, the lithium, the nickel, the cobalt, and you feed it into one end of the building. Inside, through a series of chemical exorcisms and mechanical miracles, that dirt is crushed, refined, baked, coated, and rolled until it emerges from the other end as a polished cylinder of lightning. It is dirt to drive in a single roof. It is as if a man were to swallow a handful of wheat and a cow and immediately produce a fully cooked Sunday dinner. Inside these temples, the atmosphere is one of clinical, terrifying precision. There are rooms known as dry rooms, where the humidity is controlled with the fanaticism of a Spanish inquisitor. In a dry room, a single bead of human sweat is considered a catastrophic industrial accident. The air is so parched that a man's thoughts begin to crackle, and the moisture in his eyes evaporates before he can blink. This is because the lithium ion, as we have noted, has a mortal hatred for water. To a lithium cell, a drop of humidity is an invitation to a thermal event, and in a building that produces billions of cells a year, the management is understandably keen on keeping the fire department bored. And oh, the robotics. In a gigafactory, the human being has been relegated to the role of an occasional observer, or perhaps a pet. The real work is done by vast orange multi-jointed arms that move with a speed and grace that is frankly insulting to the clumsy human frame. They never tire. They never complain about the lack of a lunch break. And they never accidentally drop a wrench into the electrolyte. They dance a mechanical ballet, dipping and swirling in a sea of silver cylinders, building the architecture of scale, 1 millisecond at a time. As of this morning, Tuesday, April 14th, 2026, the Gigafactory in Shanghai has even begun to pivot toward the mass production of humanoid robots, machines designed to look like us, but without the inconvenient need for sleep or a pension. It is the ultimate expression of the industrial stampede. We have built a factory so large and so efficient that we are now using it to manufacture the very people who will eventually replace us in the factory. It is a circle of life that would make Darwin scratch his head in bewilderment. But why, you might ask, do we need such monumental scale? Why must we build a factory the size of a small county just to produce a battery that fits in a pocket or under a car seat? The answer is the hunger. The world has developed a craving for portable power that can no longer be satisfied by tinkering. We have moved from the laboratory to the stampede. To make an electric car as cheap as a donkey, you must produce the batteries by the billion. You must drive the cost down through the sheer brute force of volume. You must build an architecture that treats 1 million cells as a slow Tuesday. The Gigafactory is the monument of the 2020s. It is our pyramid. It represents our belief that there is no problem so large that it cannot be solved by building a bigger room and filling it with more robots. We have taken the quiet, gentle chemistry of Alessandro Volta and turned it into a global industrial crusade. One cannot help but wonder what will happen when these massive temples are no longer needed. Will the Gigafactory of 2026 become the ruin of 2126? Will future archaeologists wander through the crumbling 5-mile-long halls of Austin, looking at the rusted remains of an orange robotic arm and wondering what kind of gods we were trying to appease with all this lithium? They will likely conclude that we were a people who were terrified of a quiet moment and a stationary position, a people who were willing to dig up the entire planet and build the largest buildings in history, all just to ensure that we could keep our screens glowing and our wheels turning as we raced toward a future we hadn't quite bothered to plan. But for now, the Gigafactory hums. It breathes. It consumes the earth and breathes out the spark. It is the architecture of scale, and it is a magnificent, terrifying testament to the fact that when man decides to do a thing, he doesn't just do it. He does it with 1 billion moving parts and a 5-mile walk to the nearest bathroom. Chapter 25. The Rare Earth Scramble. It is a charming and perennial feature of the human character that whenever we set out to save the world, we begin by making an unholy mess of it. When a man decides he is going to live a clean life, he usually starts by throwing out 3 tons of perfectly good furniture and burning his old clothes in the backyard. When a nation decides it is going to save the planet from the ravages of carbon and smoke, it immediately buys 1 million shovels and begins to dig a hole so deep and so wide that the very foundations of the earth begin to groan with a nervous uncertainty. We are currently living through the rare earth scramble, a period of history that will be remembered as the great irony of the 2020s. We have decided that the only way to stop digging up the fossilized remains of ancient ferns is to start digging up the most obscure, difficult, and strategically annoying minerals the good Lord ever saw fit to hide under a mountain. We want a clean future, and we are willing to move half of China and most of the Pacific Ocean floor to get it. The stars of this modern drama are not the noble gold or the reliable iron of my youth. No, the new kings of the earth have names that sound like characters in a particularly dull fairy tale. Neodymium, dysprosium, terbium, and the ever-present, ever-frustrating lithium. To the average man, dysprosium sounds like a rare variety of lung disease. In reality, it is a rare earth mineral, a term that is itself a bit of a swindle. These minerals are not actually rare in the sense that they are hard to find. The earth is practically littered with them. They are rare in the sense that they are scattered about in such small, stubborn quantities that to get a thimbleful of the stuff, you have to crush a mountain and bathe it in a soup of acid that would make a dragon think twice. The irony is as thick as the dust in a Nevada mining camp. We want electric cars so that our air may be pure and our birds may sing. But to get the lithium for those cars, we must go to places like the Salton Sea in California, a place that political leaders have recently christened Lithium Valley, with a hopeful gold rush gleam in their eyes. There, we are bringing up boiling brines from the deep earth, using geothermal heat to coax out the white gold. We are told this is sustainable mining, a phrase that has the same ring of truth as silent explosion or frugal spendthrift. In the great lithium rush of 2026, we have discovered that by the end of this very year, we may face a shortfall of 80,000 tons of lithium carbonate. The world's appetite for clean power has become so ravenous that the market is swinging from surplus to deficit like a pendulum on a runaway clock. We are digging in rural farm belts and forestry lands, affecting over 150,000 acres in the United States alone. We are worrying about the water table, the soil health, and the dust regimes, a phrase that suggests a particularly dry and unyielding form of government, but actually refers to the fact that we are turning the countryside into a permanent cloud of grit. But the scramble is not merely a matter of shovels and acid. It is a game of geopolitical chess played with the grim intensity of a back-alley brawl. For decades, we were content to let the Chinese handle the messy business of rare earth mining. They had the minerals, they had the patience, and they didn't seem to mind the acid soup quite as much as we did. But as of April 2026, the status quo has been kicked over like a bucket of milk. China has begun to wield its mineral dominance like a club, imposing export controls and squeezing the supply to Japan and the West. This has led to a frantic, sweating search for an Arctic El Dorado. I have heard tell of gentlemen pinning their hopes on Greenland, believing that the melting ice will reveal a cornucopia of terbium and neodymium. It is a lovely dream, but as one sober analyst recently noted, there are currently 0 operating rare earth mines in Greenland, and the infrastructure is so unforgiving that a man would have a better chance of mining diamonds from the moon. And so we look to the ocean. In this very month of April 2026, a pair of small-cap companies have signed an agreement to begin harvesting the bottom of the Pacific. They are looking for polymetallic nodules, potato-sized lumps of nickel, cobalt, and copper that sit in the dark 3 miles down. They want to send AI-guided robots into the abyss to pick up these potatoes and bring them to the surface. It is seabed-to-battery technology, and it is a prospect that has environmental groups shouting from the rooftops and regulators scratching their heads in the basement. We are so desperate for clean energy that we are willing to disturb a benthic ecosystem that hasn't seen a ray of light since the days of the trilobite. The rare earth scramble is the ultimate testament to the fact that man is never satisfied with the earth as he finds it. We must always be tinkering, always digging, and always moving the furniture. We have traded the black gold of oil for the white gold of lithium and the blue gold of cobalt. We have convinced ourselves that by digging a deeper hole, we can somehow climb out of the one we already have. It is a magnificent, absurd, and thoroughly human spectacle. We are digging up the entire planet to find the minerals we need to save it. We are building a green economy on a foundation of gray dust and yellow acid. And as we stand on the edge of the pit, clutching our smartphones and our EV key fobs, we tell ourselves that this is progress, the same way a man who has lost his hat in a gale tells himself that he was actually looking for a new one anyway. The scramble continues, the prices soar, and the geopolitical choke points tighten. We are learning that the spark we captured 200 years ago is a very expensive guest to feed, and that the lightweight soul of the battery requires a very heavy price in the form of the Earth's own skin. But do not worry, for even as the dust settles in Lithium Valley and the robots descend into the Pacific, the scientists are already whispering about the next miracle. They are looking at the grid, the big batteries that can power a whole city, and they are promising us that soon we won't need to dig quite so much. We shall see about that in the next chapter, but for now, I recommend you keep your shovel sharp and your eye on the 1%. For the world is becoming a very interesting place to be a mineral. Chapter 26. The Grid, a Battery for a City. In the early, unhurried days of the Republic, if a man found himself oppressed by the summer heat, he had two choices. He could sit very still on a porch with a glass of iced tea and a fan made of palm fronds, or he could simply suffer with the dignity befitting a creature of the dust. The idea that one could command the very air of a city to remain at a brisk 68 degrees while the sun was busy melting the asphalt in the street would have been considered a form of madness reserved for the more colorful emperors of Rome. But as we have moved into this year of 2026, we have become a civilization that views comfort not as a luxury, but as a fundamental human right up there with the pursuit of happiness and the ability to find a decent sandwich at midnight. We have built cities in deserts where even a lizard would think twice about taking a stroll, and we have filled them with glass towers that would turn into very expensive greenhouses the moment the electricity took a holiday. The problem, as any schoolboy can tell you, is that the sun, that great golden engine of our solar system, possesses a remarkably rigid work ethic. It rises in the morning, does a magnificent job of illuminating the world and providing the energy for our newfangled solar farms, and then right around the time every citizen in the county arrives home and decides to turn on the air conditioning, the television, and the electric stove, the sun packs its bags and goes to bed. This creates what the scientists call intermittency, which is a sophisticated way of saying that the weather is a fickle mistress. It leaves us with a grid that has a massive appetite for power exactly when the sun is no longer serving it. For 100 years, we solved this by firing up peaker plants, great hulking iron and steel contraptions that burned coal or gas with a noisy, smoky enthusiasm to meet the evening demand. They were the grumpy old men of the electrical world, always ready to grumble into life whenever the youngsters failed to pull their weight. But in 2026, we have decided to retire the old men and replace them with the big battery. The shipping container of light. If you were to wander into the high deserts of Texas or the sun-bleached plains of Arizona this year, you would encounter a sight that is as strange as it is silent. You would see rows upon rows of white metal boxes stretching across the horizon like a fleet of ghost ships that had run aground in the sand. To the uninitiated, they look like ordinary shipping containers, the kind of things that spend their lives carrying cheap plastic toys or expensive German automobiles across the Atlantic. But these are not containers of goods, they are containers of time. Inside each of these boxes, known in the trade as a BESS, Battery Energy Storage System, or a Tesla Megapack, resides a concentrated chemical version of the high noon sun. They are filled with thousands upon thousands of lithium-ion cells, all wired together in a massive, silent brotherhood of potential. The process is as simple as it is miraculous. During the day, when the solar panels are soaking up more light than the city can possibly use, the excess electricity is pumped into these boxes. The lithium ions march across their chemical divide and wait. They sit there in the silence of the desert, holding on to the sun's energy with the grim determination of a miser clutching a gold coin. Then the sun sets. The lights of the city flicker on. The air conditioners begin their evening roar, and in the desert, the boxes begin to vomit, if you'll pardon the unscientific term, the light back into the wires. They slowly exhale the energy they swallowed during the day, keeping the lights burning and the beer cold until the sun decides to return to work the next morning. The Texas Battery Boom. As of this Tuesday, April 14, 2026, the state of Texas has become the undisputed world capital of the big box religion. While the rest of the world is still debating the merits of the technology, the Texans have looked at their wide-open spaces and their blistering sun and decided to build an electrical fortress. According to the latest reports from the Energy Information Administration, a group of gentlemen who spend their lives counting electrons so the rest of us don't have to, Texas is on track to add over 12 gigawatts of battery storage this year alone. To give you a sense of the scale, that is enough power to jumpstart a small moon, or at the very least, ensure that every inhabitant of Houston can keep their bedroom at a temperature suitable for a penguin during a July heat wave. We are seeing projects with names that suggest a frontier novel: Lunas Creek, Clear Fork, and Tehuacana Creek. The Tehuacana Creek project, for instance, is a marvel of the age, a vast field of solar panels paired with a 400-megawatt battery. It is a self-contained ecosystem of power. It is the first time in history that a city can essentially bottle the weather and keep it in the pantry for a rainy day, or more accurately, for a dark night. The silent revolution. What is most striking about these grid batteries is their absolute lack of drama. A coal plant is a theater of fire, steam, and noise. It demands your attention. It has chimneys that belch and gears that groan. But a battery array of 500 megawatts is as quiet as a library at midnight. There are no moving parts, save for the occasional whir of a cooling fan. There is no smoke. There is no smell of burning fossils. It is the invisible grid. We are moving toward a world where the very foundation of our civilization is managed by a collection of silent metal boxes sitting in the dirt. It is a triumph of chemistry over mechanics. However, one cannot help but notice the peculiar irony of our situation. We have spent the last century trying to connect everything, building wires across the mountains and cables under the seas. We wanted a national grid that was a single humming organism. But by installing these massive batteries, we are essentially turning the grid into a collection of electrical ponds. Instead of a river of power that must flow constantly from the plant to the parlor, we are building reservoirs. We are learning that the only way to manage a clean world is to treat electricity like water, something to be caught, stored, and sipped as needed. The battery is the only thing that stands between a modern city and a very dark, very hot evening. We have built our towers of glass on a foundation of lithium, and we pray to the God of the state of charge that the boxes in the desert never decide to take a nap at the same time. The price of stability. Of course, this stability does not come cheap. A single Tesla Megapack, one of those white shipping containers, will set a utility company back about $5 million. And that's before you pay the gentleman with the hard hats to bolt it to the ground. And like all high-strung electronics, they require constant coddling. They need to be kept at a precise temperature. They need to be monitored for cell degradation, and they need to be replaced every 15 or 20 years. We are building a grid that is essentially a disposable utility. In the old days, a hydroelectric dam could last for 100 years with nothing more than a bit of grease and a new coat of paint. But our new battery grid is a creature of the digital age. It is built to be used, exhausted, and eventually recycled, a topic we shall address with some trepidation in Chapter 29. Yet, for now, the big battery is the hero of the hour. It has allowed us to close the peaker plants and silence the coal crushers. It has turned the shipping container into the most important architectural unit of the 22nd century. We are no longer a people who live by the grace of the steam engine. We are a people who live by the grace of the lithium buffer. As I sit here in the spring of 2026, I look out at the horizon and imagine those thousands of white boxes sitting in the heat of the afternoon, quietly drinking in the sun. They are the silent guardians of our comfort, the metal jars where we keep our bottled noon. They ensure that when the sun goes down and the city wakes up to its evening of televised nonsense and refrigerated snacks, the light will be there, waiting for us. We have finally figured out how to make the sun work a 24-hour shift. It took us 200 years, a mountain of lithium, and a few million shipping containers, but we have done it. The city sleeps soundly, not because the fire is burning, but because the chemicals are waiting. It is a magnificent, strange, and entirely silent achievement, and it is the only reason you can read these words without having to light a candle. Chapter 27. The Solid State Hope. In the long and dusty annals of human aspiration, there exists a specific category of miracle that is distinguished not by its arrival, but by its perpetual proximity. It is the technology that is always, with a mathematical and heartbreaking precision, exactly 5 years away from the present moment. It is the horizon technology. The more you walk toward it, the more it politely recedes, maintaining a dignified and taunting distance, while continuing to promise that, if you just keep walking, you will eventually reach the promised land. For the better part of the last 20 years, the solid-state battery has been the undisputed king of this category. It is the holy grail of the electrical age, the philosopher's stone of the lithium era, and the primary reason that venture capitalists in Silicon Valley occasionally wake up in a cold sweat, clutching their checkbooks and whispering the word dendrites into the darkness. To understand the solid-state hope, one must first appreciate the messy, sloshing reality of the batteries we currently possess. As we have seen, a modern lithium-ion battery, the kind that powers your smartphone and your electric chariot, is essentially a bag of electrified soup. Inside that sleek metal casing, the lithium ions move back and forth through a liquid electrolyte. It is a wet chemical business, and like any soup, it is prone to leaking, boiling over if it gets too hot, and on very bad days, catching fire with a vigor that would make a blacksmith's forge look like a damp match. The scientists have long dreamed of a battery that is solid. They want to banish the soup. They want a battery where the ions move through a solid block of ceramic, glass, or polymer. No liquid, no leaks, no boiling, and most importantly, no fire. A solid-state battery, we are told, will store twice as much energy in half the space, charge in the time it takes to drink a cup of coffee, and be so safe you could hit it with a sledgehammer without it so much as clearing its throat. It is a beautiful dream. It is a vision of a world where your car can go 1,000 miles on a single charge and your telephone never has to see a wall socket from one Tuesday to the next. But as I sit here in April 2026, I cannot help but notice that we are still, with a stubborn and almost comical consistency, 5 years away. The great 5-year calibration. I first heard of the solid-state miracle in the early 2000s. At the time, the wise men of the laboratories informed us that by 2017, the liquid battery would be a relic of the past. When 2017 arrived, and we were still sloshing around with our liquid electrolytes, the date was quietly moved to 2022. In 2022, after a great deal of coughing and clearing of throats, the horizon was recalibrated to 2027, and now here we are in 2026. The headlines in the morning papers are filled with the same breathless enthusiasm I remember from a decade ago. Toyota, a company that has more solid-state patents than a dog has fleas, has recently announced that it is focusing on mass production by 2027 or 2028. It is a bold claim, a magnificent claim, and one that is, you will notice, exactly 5 years away from the point at which they first started saying it with conviction. One must admire the sheer, unadulterated stamina of the solid-state hope. It is the only technology in history that has managed to remain the future for a quarter of a century without ever actually becoming the present. It is the perpetual motion machine of the energy sector, a device that generates an infinite supply of press releases and investor presentations while producing a remarkably modest amount of actual electricity. The semi-solid compromise. However, as of this very month, April 2026, a new and peculiar development has occurred. Realizing that the world was beginning to grow a bit cynical about the full solid promise, the industry has birthed a middle child, the semi-solid state battery. This is a masterpiece of marketing nomenclature. It is a battery that isn't quite a liquid and isn't quite a solid. It is a slushy battery. It is a compromise designed to satisfy our hunger for progress while admitting that we still haven't quite figured out how to make the ions move through a brick without getting stuck. In China, companies like SAIC and MG have begun to roll out vehicles with these semi-solid packs. They boast of energy densities and ranges that would have been unthinkable 5 years ago. They have taken the bag of soup and thickened it into a chemical chowder. It is a significant improvement, yes, but it is not the miracle. It is the almost holy grail. A very nice cup that holds a decent amount of wine, but does not, unfortunately, grant eternal life. The manufacturing mountain. Why, you might ask, is it so difficult to make a solid battery? If we can put a man on the moon and a computer in a watch, why can we not make a small block of ceramic that likes to conduct electricity? The problem, as it turns out, is that nature is a very liquid sort of lady. She likes things to flow. To get a lithium ion to move through a solid material is like trying to convince a gentleman to walk through a brick wall. It can be done in theory, but it requires a level of force and precision that is remarkably difficult to maintain at the scale of 1,000,000 cars a year. Furthermore, solid-state batteries have a habit of cracking under the pressure of their own ambition. Every time a battery charges and discharges, the materials inside expand and contract. In a liquid battery, the soup just sloshes around. In a solid battery, the ceramic develops microscopic fractures. And once a solid battery cracks, it is no longer a battery. It is a very expensive piece of broken pottery. Image comparing a traditional liquid electrolyte battery, messy, sloshing, versus a solid-state battery, sleek, solid brick. The scientists at companies like QuantumScape and Solid Power are working feverishly to solve this. They are building pilot lines and eagle lines and cobra processes, names that suggest a level of predatory industrial efficiency. QuantumScape, in fact, just inaugurated its pilot production facility in San Jose this past February. They are shipping samples to the great automotive houses of Europe, promising that the era of the solid is finally at hand. And I, for one, truly hope they are right. I want to live in a world where my car doesn't have a thermal event in the garage, and where I can drive from New York to Chicago without having to stop for anything more than a sandwich and a stretch. The skeptic's prayer. But as a man who has lived through the great hydrogen hope, the great fuel cell promise, and the great solar-powered everything crusade, I have learned to treat the future with a healthy dose of salt. The solid-state hope is a testament to the eternal optimism of the human spirit. We refuse to believe that we have reached the limit of our cleverness. We are convinced that there is a better way to store the spark, a cleaner way to move the world, and a safer way to carry the sun in our pockets. And we are willing to wait for it. We are willing to wait 5 years, and then another 5 years, and then another 5 years after that. It is a magnificent slow-motion revolution. We are watching the scientists try to rewrite the rules of chemistry in real time, struggling to turn a liquid necessity into a solid reality. And while we wait, we continue to drive our sloshing cars and charge our leaky phones, always keeping one eye on the horizon for the arrival of the miracle. So here is to the solid-state battery. May it finally arrive in 2031 or 2032 or perhaps 2035. It doesn't matter when it gets here, really. What matters is the hope. For as long as we believe that the better battery is just around the corner, we can keep moving forward, ignoring the sloshing sound under our feet and the 5-year-old press releases in our drawers, confident that the future is going to be solid, safe, and, above all, just a little bit further down the road. We have tamed the liquid fire. Now we are trying to petrify it. It is a grand, quiet, and incredibly expensive adventure. And as any investor will tell you, if you want to reach the Holy Grail, you have to be willing to spend a lot of time and a lot of millions on the search. The solid-state hope is the most enduring story of our age. And as of today, April 14th, 2026, I am happy to report that it is still, with a reassuring and unwavering certainty, exactly 5 years away. Chapter 28. The Battery as a Geopolitical Weapon. In the simpler, more honest days of our ancestors, if a king or an emperor felt the urge to expand his jurisdiction or settle a domestic grievance, he knew exactly what was required of him. He needed a few thousand stout men with a flexible attitude toward mortality, a stable of horses that didn't mind the smell of gunpowder, and a vault full of gold bullion to ensure the whole enterprise didn't come to a grinding halt the moment the first rainstorm hit. Power was a tangible, heavy, and remarkably loud affair. It was measured in the thunder of cavalry, the glint of bayonets, and the clinking of coins stamped with the face of a man who likely had too much chin and not enough conscience. But as I sit here in the spring of 2026, I observe that the art of war, and the more polite, though equally cutthroat, art of statecraft, has undergone a chemical transformation. We have moved from the age of the saber to the age of the shovel, and from the gold standard to the lithium standard. Today, the strength of a nation is no longer measured by the number of men it can put into a saddle, but by the number of metric tons of lithium and nickel it can squeeze out of the earth or keep its neighbors from touching. We have traded the high ground for the hole in the ground, and the result is a geopolitical drama that would make a Mississippi riverboat gambler look like a Sunday school teacher. The Wizard of the East and the keys to the pantry. For the better part of the last 20 years, while the Western world was busy congratulating itself on its cleverness and debating the relative merits of various carbon credits, a singular and far-sighted power in the East, which we shall refer to as the Middle Kingdom, was engaged in a much more practical endeavor. They were not merely building batteries, they were building a monopoly on reality. As of April 14th, 2026, the situation is as clear as a bell and twice as loud. China does not merely make batteries. They control the very kitchen where the batteries are cooked. While the rocks in the ground are scattered about the globe like crumbs on a tablecloth, the Chinese have spent 2 decades building 85% of the world's processing capacity for rare earths and 65% for lithium hydroxide. They have become the global gatekeeper. If you want a battery to power your car, your phone, or your guided missile, you must eventually pass through a Chinese processing plant. It is a magnificent strategic coup. They have allowed the rest of the world to do the dirty work of digging the holes, while they have quietly taken control of the refineries where the raw dirt is turned into the spark. It is as if one man owned all the flour mills in the country. He doesn't care who grows the wheat, for he knows that until the wheat passes through his stones, nobody is having any bread for dinner. The Sultan of Nickel and the OPEC of the archipelago. But China is not the only player in this metallic game of chess. We must also turn our eyes to the south, to the Emerald Islands of Indonesia. In my youth, Indonesia was known for its spices, its beauty, and its ability to remain blissfully unconcerned with the industrial anxieties of the West. But today, Indonesia has realized that it sits upon 60% of the world's supply of nickel, the essential ingredient in any battery that wants to be taken seriously. And like a man who suddenly discovers he is the only fellow in town with a cold well in the middle of a drought, Indonesia has decided to set a very high price for a drink. They have formed what the economists call an OPEC-style concentration risk. They have banned the export of raw nickel ore, insisting that if the world wants their minerals, the world must build the factories on Indonesian soil. They have become the sultans of the anode, wielding their nickel supply like a club. It is a bold, resource nationalist move that has sent Western diplomats into a state of polite, jaw-clenching panic. The Western Fronticity, tariffs, and Liberation Day. The West, realizing that it has accidentally outsourced its entire future to people who don't necessarily have its best interests at heart, has responded with a level of frantic energy usually reserved for a man who has just realized he left the stove on after departing for a 3-week vacation. In 2025, the United States imposed what it poetically called the Liberation Day tariffs, a massive wall of taxes designed to protect the domestic battery industry from the Wizard of the East. It was a declaration of industrial independence, a grand gesture of green protectionism. But as with all grand gestures, there was a catch. China, being a power that understands the value of a well-timed counterpunch, responded with tiered export controls. They didn't stop the flow of minerals, they simply throttled it. They introduced a licensing framework that is as transparent as a bucket of coal tar. If a Western company wants lithium-ion components today, it must navigate a maze of Chinese bureaucracy that can elongate lead times, until the project in question is about as relevant as a telegraph machine in a hurricane. The great irony of energy independence. There is a profound and delicious irony in this mineral scramble. We were told that by moving away from oil, we would finally achieve energy independence. We would no longer be at the mercy of the petro-dictators or the whims of the Middle Eastern oil cartels. We would be free. We would power our lives with the sun, the wind, and the humble battery. Yet, as we stand here in 2026, we find that we have merely traded one form of dependency for another. We have moved from the oil choke point to the mineral choke point. Instead of worrying about a pipeline in the desert, we are now worrying about a refinery in Shanghai or a mine in the Congo. We are just as tethered as we ever were. We have merely changed the color of the cord. The battery has become the ultimate geopolitical weapon because it is the foundation of modernity. A nation without a secure supply of lithium and nickel is a nation that cannot move, cannot communicate, and increasingly cannot defend itself. The modern arms race is not about who has the biggest bomb, but about who can secure the most rare earth-free magnets and the most lithium hydroxide monohydrate. The conclusion of the shovel. We are living through a fragmentation of the global order. The trade-friendly world of the past is being replaced by regional coalitions and allied frameworks. We are friend-shoring, near-shoring, and reshoring with a desperation that borders on the religious. We are building strategic stockpiles of terbium and neodymium as if they were grain in a famine. It is a grand, high-stakes comedy of errors. We have spent 200 years figuring out how to carry a piece of the sun in our pockets, only to find that the pocket belongs to a gentleman on the other side of the world who isn't sure he wants to let us use it today. The battlefield of the future is not a field of glory. It is a ledger of mineral reserves. The cavalry has been replaced by the supply chain consultant, and the gold standard has been buried under a mountain of nickel ore. We are a species that cannot help but find new things to fight over, proving that while we can indeed change the chemistry of our batteries, we cannot, for the life of us, change the chemistry of our own stubborn, territorial, and thoroughly human hearts. The weaponization of the battery is the defining feature of our age. It is a reminder that in the grand workshop of history, the man who controls the spark is the man who writes the rules. And right now, the world is engaged in a very noisy, very expensive, and very dirty argument over who gets to hold the matches. Chapter 29. The Recycling of the Future. In the long and illustrious history of the human race, we have proven ourselves to be a species of remarkably singular talent. We are not particularly fast, we are not especially strong, and our ability to withstand a drafty room is nothing short of pathetic. But when it comes to the art of creating a mess, we stand alone at the pinnacle of creation. We are the only animals on this green earth who can look at a perfectly functional, polished piece of technology, use it to look at 3 pictures of a neighbor's cat, and then toss it into a hole in the ground with the casual indifference of a man throwing a grape skin over his shoulder. For most of the last century, we lived in the age of the disposable. We treated the battery as a one-way ticket to the landfill. Whether it was the leaky zinc-carbon cell of the 1950s or the alkaline D cell that powered the Christmas morning stampede, the battery was born to be discarded. We viewed it as a consumer good, a phrase that suggests we are meant to eat the thing and move on. We threw our batteries into the bin with our eggshells and our old newspapers, blissfully unaware that we were essentially burying the crown jewels of the periodic table in a pile of rotting cabbage. But as I sit here on this Tuesday, April 14th, 2026, I observe that the winds of change have begun to blow, and they smell remarkably like a combination of industrial acid and moral redemption. We have entered the era of the circular economy, a grand and hopeful title for the process of realizing that we cannot keep digging up the planet forever without eventually running out of planet to dig. The tragedy of the junk drawer. The true tragedy of the modern age is not found in the grand gestures of history, but in the dark, forgotten corners of the American household. I refer to the junk drawer, that suburban purgatory where we send our retired smartphones, our obsolete tablets, and our weary digital cameras to live out their final unpowered years in a tangle of rubber bands and expired coupons. According to the latest census of our digital waste, The average household currently possesses a mine that would make a prospector in the Yukon weep with envy. It is a scientific fact, though a rather embarrassing one, that if you take 166 of those old iPhones currently gathering dust in your kitchen, you have enough cobalt to power a brand new electric vehicle. We are sitting on an urban mine of nickel, lithium, and copper. Yet we continue to send ships to the bottom of the Pacific and shovels into the mountains of the Congo because we are too lazy to look under our own socks. In this year of 2026, however, the junk drawer is no longer a graveyard. It has become a strategic reserve. Companies like Redwood Materials and Li-Cycle have begun a campaign to convince the public that their old electronics are not trash but critical materials in disguise. They have started placing battery bins in our neighborhoods, bright, fire-suppressant-lined boxes that beckon us to recycle for the future. It is a noble effort, though I suspect many a man still feels a pang of nostalgia at the thought of parting with his first flip phone, even if the screen has been dark for 15 years and the battery has swollen up like a bullfrog in heat. The Ungigafactory and the magic of black mass. To see the future of recycling, one must visit what I call the Ungigafactory. While the gigafactories we discussed in Chapter 24 are dedicated to the orderly assembly of lightning, these recycling plants are dedicated to the chaotic, mechanical destruction of the past. The process begins with a sight that would break the heart of any lover of fine machinery. Thousands of batteries, from tiny button cells to massive 3-ton EV packs, are fed into a mechanical thresher. They are crushed, shredded, and torn apart by orange robotic arms and high-speed grinders. There is no sentiment here. There is only the brutal physics of the initial separation. What emerges from the other side of this mechanical brawl is a substance known in the trade by the delightfully sinister name of black mass. Black mass looks like a pile of damp coal dust or perhaps the sweepings from a particularly messy chimney. But to the eyes of a chemist, it is more valuable than gold. It is a concentrated slurry of lithium, cobalt, nickel, and manganese, the soul of the battery, stripped of its plastic casing and its copper foils. Once we have our black mass, we must decide how to extract the treasure. In the old days, we used pyrometallurgy, which is a fancy word for throwing the whole mess into a furnace and burning it at 3,000 degrees. It was a medieval solution for a modern problem, a dragon's forge, that recovered the nickel and cobalt but turned the lithium and the aluminum into a cloud of smoke and a pile of useless slag. But in 2026, the fashionable recycler uses hydrometallurgy. This is the chemical bath method. The black mass is dissolved in a series of acid solutions where the various elements are coaxed into separating by their own chemical nature. It is a quiet, liquid, and remarkably efficient process. We are now seeing recovery rates of 95% for lithium and cobalt. We are essentially uncooking the battery, returning it to its raw elemental state so that it can be fed back into the gigafactory to begin its life all over again. The law of the shovel, the 80% threshold. This sudden interest in uncooking our trash is not merely the result of a sudden outburst of environmental conscience. No, as is usually the case with human progress, it has been spurred on by a very large stick held by the government. As of this year, the Inflation Reduction Act in the United States has reached its final transition phase. To receive the full blessing of the tax credits, an electric vehicle battery must now contain at least 80% of critical minerals that were extracted, processed, or, most importantly, recycled in North America. We have legislated the circular economy into existence. If a car manufacturer wants to sell a vehicle to a sensible American citizen in 2027, they must prove that they didn't just dig up the lithium in a foreign land, but that they harvested it from the junk drawers and the scrap piles of our own shores. In Europe, the rules are even more stringent. The EU battery regulation of 2023 has, as of this August 2026, imposed a mandatory labeling system. Every portable battery must now carry a mark indicating its expected duration of use and its recycled content. We are moving toward a world where a battery carries a passport, a digital record of where it came from, who used it, and where it is expected to go when it dies. It is a level of bureaucratic oversight that would make a Victorian passport clerk blush, but it ensures that the spark is never truly lost. It is merely on a long-term loan. The second life, the retirement home for ions. But what of the batteries that are not yet ready for the shredder? An electric vehicle battery is considered retired when it can only hold 80% of its original charge. For a car, this is a tragedy. For a house, it is a miracle. We are seeing the rise of the second life battery market. These retired EV packs are being salvaged, refurbished, and installed in community microgrids and home storage systems. They have reached their golden years. They no longer have to worry about the neck-snapping torque of a highway merge or the freezing winds of a Minnesota winter. They can sit quietly in a basement or a desert shipping container, drinking in the sun and keeping the lights on for a neighborhood. It is a dignified retirement for a hard-working cell, proving that even a depleted spark still has enough fire to be useful if you give it a comfortable place to sit. The final reflection on the mess. So we come to the end of our recycling journey. We have learned that the future of the battery is not just about finding new ways to store power, but about finding new ways to forgive our own wastefulness. We are a people who have finally realized that there is no such thing as a way. When you throw a thing away, it simply goes somewhere else, where it waits for you to become clever enough to want it back. The recycling of the future is the ultimate testament to the fact that man is a cyclical creature. We make a mess, we realize the mess is expensive, and then we invent a magnificent orange-armed robot to help us clean it up. We are turning our landfills into laboratories and our junk drawers into strategic reserves. It is a grand, expensive, and thoroughly necessary comedy. We are digging through our own history to find the minerals for our future. And as the shredders hum and the acid baths bubble, we can take a small amount of comfort in the fact that the captured spark is finally being treated with the respect it deserves, not as a disposable toy, but as a permanent, recycled, and entirely silent guest in the house of man. We have tamed the fire, we have shrunken it, we have weaponized it, and now, finally, we are learning how to keep it. It has taken us 2 centuries to realize that the most important thing about a battery is not how long it lasts, but how many times it can be born again. And that, in the end, is a miracle that even a cynical old observer like myself can find a way to admire. Chapter 30. The Moral of the Captured Spark. As I sit here on this fine Tuesday morning, the 14th of April, in the year of our Lord 2026, I find myself ensconced in the modern splendor of the Atomic Coffee Bar in Bettendorf, Iowa. Through the window, I can see the frantic activity of the TBK Bank Sports Complex, where the youth of the nation are currently engaged in various forms of organized physical exertion designed to keep them out of trouble and in need of Gatorade. Just down the road, the I-74 bridge stands as a testament to the fact that man can build a magnificent span over the Mississippi, provided he doesn't mind a bit of utility work, closing the pedestrian trail overnight. It is a quiet, comfortable vantage point from which to contemplate the 200-year odyssey of the captured spark. We have traveled a long and winding road since Signor Galvani first noticed that a dead frog's leg possessed a disturbing desire to dance when poked with a copper wire. We have moved from the piles of Alessandro Volta, those soggy stacks of metal and brine that look like a laundry accident in a hardware store, to the sleek, silent, silicon-infused miracles that currently reside in the pockets of every person in this coffee shop. And as I look around at my fellow citizens, I am struck by a singular, overwhelming truth. Man's greatest achievement in the last 2 centuries was not the steam engine, the telegraph, or even the ability to fly through the air like a misguided bird. It was the successful kidnapping of a piece of the sun and the forced confinement of that celestial fire into a small silver-coated rectangle. The democratization of the thunder. In the old days, power was a communal and stationary affair. If you wanted the strength of 100 horses, you had to build a factory next to a river or feed a mountain of coal into a furnace that roared with the indignation of a trapped demon. You didn't carry power, you visited it. You were the servant of the source, but the battery changed the social contract of the universe. It democratized the lightning. It took the terrifying, bone-shaking energy of the heavens, the same energy that Ben Franklin once tried to catch with a silk handkerchief and a reckless disregard for his own longevity, and it domesticated it. We turned the thunder into a servant that sits quietly in a drawer, waiting for us to demand a light, a song, or a calculation. We have reached the point where the spark is so ubiquitous that we have forgotten its majesty. We treat our batteries with the same casual contempt we show to our shoelaces, right up until the moment they fail us. Then, as we discussed in our meditations on the anxiety of the 1%, we become a race of frantic, wall-hugging supplicants, praying to the god of the alternating current for just one more drop of the lithium salvation. The irony of the high-speed pebble. But what, you might ask, is the moral of this 200-year struggle? What have we done with this captured fire? If a gentleman from the year 1826 were to materialize here in Bettendorf this morning, he would likely faint from the sheer, concentrated brilliance of our technology. He would see a world where every man, woman, and child carries a pebble of light that contains the entire library of human knowledge, the ability to speak to a cousin in Australia, and a map of the world that knows exactly where the nearest ham sandwich is located. He would assume, quite naturally, that we are a race of philosophers, poets, and celestial navigators. He would imagine that we use our captured spark to solve the mysteries of the stars, to banish ignorance, and to achieve a state of global harmony. And then I would have the unfortunate duty of showing him the reality. I would have to show him that the primary function of the most advanced energy storage system in human history, a device built on a foundation of rare minerals, geopolitical brawls, and the genius of men like Goodenough and Whittingham, is to allow us to look at pictures of other people's cats. It is a magnificent cosmic joke. We have moved mountains, drained oceans, and built gigafactories the size of counties, all so that a teenager in Iowa can watch a 20-second video of a feline falling off a sofa in high definition. We have captured the sun, and we use it to illuminate the mundane. But perhaps that is the true moral of the story. The battery didn't change what it means to be human. It merely allowed us to be more human and to do it in more places. We are a species that is eternally curious about the trivial, perpetually distracted by the ridiculous, and fundamentally obsessed with the comfort of our own pockets. The battery has simply given us the enthusiasm to pursue our follies with greater efficiency. The state of the spark in 2026. As we close this ledger, the spark is in a state of high-strung transition. Here in 2026, we are witnessing the great battery performance arms race. The industry is moving toward silicon anodes and flash charging, promising us that soon we can charge our telephones in the time it takes to sneeze and drive our electric chariots until we are bored with the scenery. We are still arguing over the rare earth scramble, and the politicians in Washington and Beijing are still playing a game of mineral poker with our collective future. We are still building massive grid batteries in the desert to bottle the noonday sun, and we are still hoping that solid state will finally arrive in 5 years, a date that I expect will remain 5 years away until the stars fall from the sky. But despite the geopolitical tantrums and the industrial stampedes, the captured spark remains our most faithful companion. It is the heart of our mobility, the voice of our communication, and the only thing that keeps the modern world from collapsing back into a state of candle-lit silence and localized boredom. Final reflections. I look at the young man sitting at the table next to me. He is hunched over his laptop, his face bathed in the blue silicon glow of a work-from-home spreadsheet. He is untethered, yet he is more connected than any man in history. His life is powered by a chemistry that would have seemed like black magic to my grandfather, and he is currently using that magic to complain to a stranger on the internet about the quality of his muffin. It is a grand, absurd, and thoroughly human spectacle. We have spent 2 centuries trying to figure out how to carry the light, and now that we have it, we aren't quite sure what to do with the darkness. So, here is the conclusion of the matter. The battery is not merely a tool, it is a mirror. It reflects our brilliance, our stubbornness, our wastefulness, and our eternal desire to be somewhere else while doing something easier. We have successfully caught the lightning, and while we might mostly use it to look at cats and yell at strangers, we have nonetheless achieved something truly miraculous. We have made the universe portable. We have taken the big fire and turned it into the little light. And as I walk out of this coffee bar and head toward the I-74 bridge, I shall take a moment to pat the small, warm rectangle in my own pocket. It is a piece of the sun, a fragment of the stars, and a testament to 200 years of human persistence. It tells me I have 84% of my soul remaining. And for a Tuesday morning in Iowa, that is, quite frankly, good enough. The end.